In a city teetering between order and chaos, one brutal act shatters the fragile calm and sets in motion a chain of events that will test the very soul of justice. Act of violence is a gripping tale of crime, morality, and the high price of truth. It follows the chilling aftermath of a single violent crime, weaving together the lives of those it touches, the victim's family, a haunted detective, and a community wrestling with fear and suspicion. This is more than a murder mystery. It's a deep, unflinching exploration of conscience, power, and the choices that define us, with tense atmosphere, unforgettable characters, and razor-sharp insight into human nature. Act of violence will keep you listening long into the night. Chapter 1. Monsieur Ernest Comelio, Examining Magistrate 22 bis Rue de Seine, Paris 7. Your Honor, I should like one man, just one, to understand me, and I would like that man to be you. We spent many long hours together during all the weeks of the preliminary investigations, but at that time it was too soon. You were a judge. You were my judge, and I would have seemed to be trying to justify myself. But now you know, don't you? It has nothing to do with that. I have no idea what your impression was when you came into the courtroom, familiar to you, of course. As for me, how well I remember your arrival. I was alone between my two guards. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the twilight was beginning to gather in clouds, as it were, around the courtroom. It was one of the reporters. Their table was near the prisoner's dock. It was a reporter, as I say, first complained to his neighbor that it was getting too dark to see clearly. The neighbor spoke to the journalist next to him, a rather sloppily dressed old man with cynical eyes, probably a habitué of the law courts. I don't know whether I am mistaken, but I think he was the one who wrote in his paper that I looked like a toad in ambush. Perhaps that is why I wonder what impression I made upon you. Our dock, that is. The prisoner's dock is so low that only the head can be seen above it. It was therefore perfectly natural to keep my chin resting on my hands. I have a wide face, much too wide, which gets shiny easily. But why a toad? To make his readers laugh through pure malice. Because he didn't like my looks. These are minor detail. You must excuse me. It is of no importance. The old reporter, whom lawyers and magistrates greet familiarly, gave the presiding judge a little sign. The latter leaned over towards the associate judge on his left, who, in turn, passed on the message. And thus, finally, the order reached the court attendant, who turned on the lights. If I mention this little side play, it is because it interested me for quite a while and reminds me that when I was a young boy, what fascinated me most at church was to watch the sacristan lighting and extinguishing the candles. Well, as I said, it was at that moment, with your briefcase under your arm and your hat in your hand, that you slipped in with an almost apologetic air among the young law students blocking the entrance. It seems one of my lawyers sorrowfully told me so, that during most of the trial I behaved very badly. But then they uttered such stupidities, and with such solemnity, they tell me that I sometimes shrugged my shoulders and even smiled sarcastically. An evening paper published a photograph of me, taken with a smile on my face during, as he points out, the most pathetic moments in the testimony of one of the witnesses. The hideous smile of the accused. Some people, it is true, speak of Voltaire's hideous smile. You came in. I had never seen you, except behind your desk. You reminded me of the surgeon who comes hurrying into the hospital where his students and assistants are waiting for him. You did not look in my direction immediately. And yet, what a mad desire I had to greet you, to establish a human contact with you. Is that so ridiculous? Is it cynicism to use the word that was so often employed with reference to me? We had not seen each other for 5 weeks. During the 2 months of the preliminary investigation, we had talked with each other almost daily. Do you know, even waiting in the corridor outside your office was a pleasure, and I still sometimes find myself thinking of it nostalgically. I can still see the line of dark doors to the magistrate's offices, as in a monastery your own door. The benches between the doors, and the floor of the long corridor disappearing in the distance. I was between my 2 gendarmes, and on the same bench. On other benches sat free men, witnesses, both men and women, and sometimes handcuffed prisoners. We would sit there, staring at one another. All that is what I shall have to explain to you, but I realize that it is an almost impossible task. It would be so much easier if you too had killed. Just think, for 40 years, like you, like everybody else, I was a free man. Nobody dreamed that I should one day become what is called a criminal. In other words, I am, in a way, only a criminal by accident, and yet, when, in your corridor, I watched the witnesses, sometimes people I knew. Since they were witnesses in my case, our glances were just about the same as those a man might exchange with a fish. On the other hand, between those with handcuffs and myself, a sort of bond of sympathy was automatically established. Please don't misunderstand me. I shall probably have to come back to this later on. I have no sympathy for crime or for murderers, but the others are really too stupid. Forgive me. That is not exactly what I mean, either. You came in, and only a short time before, during the recess, after the reading of the interminable indictment. How can a man of good faith collect so many inaccuracies about one of his fellows I had heard you discussed indirectly? You know the little room in which the accused wait before the session opens and during the recesses. It is like being backstage at a theater, but for me, it brought back memories of the hospital, relatives waiting the outcome of an operation. One passes in front of them. We pass in front of them, talking shop, probably, pulling on our rubber gloves after putting out our cigarettes. So-and-so. Oh, he's been appointed to Angers. Didn't he get his degree at Montpellier at the same time as... I was sitting there on a shiny bench, like the relatives. Lawyers passed by me, finished their cigarettes, looked at me vaguely without seeing me. As we look at the husband of a patient, he's a first-rate fellow, from all accounts. His father was justice of the peace at Caen. He must have married one of the Blanchon girls. That is the way they were talking about you, as I might have talked a few months before, when we belonged to the same world. At that time, if we had lived in the same city, we would have met a couple of times a week at bridge tables. I would have called you my dear judge, and you would have called me my dear doctor. Later, as time went on, it would have been Comelio, old boy. I love wine. My dear fellow, would we really have become friends? Hearing them talk about you made me ask myself that. No, no, the second lawyer replied. You are getting him mixed up with another Comelio, Jules, his cousin, who was disbarred in Rouen 2 years ago, and who did marry a Blanchon. Our Comelio married the daughter of a doctor, whose name escapes me. Another little bond between us. At La Roche-sur-Yon, I count a few magistrates among my friends. I never thought before of asking them whether it is the same with their clients as with our patients. We lived almost 6 weeks together. If I can put it that way, I know, of course, that during that time you had other problems, other clients, other duties, and that your private life continued. But just the same, I represented for you, as certain of our patients do for us. The interesting case you were trying to understand, I noticed that, not only with all your professional honesty, but also as a man. One little detail among others. We were never alone during our interviews, since your stenographer and one of my lawyers, almost always Maitre Gabriel, were present. You know your office better than I do. The lofty window, with its view of the Seine and the Samaritains' rooftops, like painted scenery, and the door of a closet, almost always ajar, exposing a wash basin and towels. I had one just like it in my office where I used to wash my hands between patients. Well, in spite of Maitre Gabriel's efforts to take first place in everything and everywhere, there were often moments when I had the impression that we were alone and that, by common consent, we had decided that the other two did not count. Nor was it necessary for us to exchange glances. Either to forget them was enough. And then those telephone calls. Forgive me for mentioning them. It is none of my business. I know. But after all, didn't you inquire into all the most intimate details of my life? And how can I help being tempted to do the same? 5 or 6 times, almost always at the same hour towards the end of the questioning, you received calls which upset you and made you uncomfortable. As often as you could, you answered in monosyllables. You would look at your watch, assuming an air of detachment. No, not before 1 o'clock. It's impossible. Yes. No. Not now. Once, inadvertently, you let slip, no child, and you blushed. Then you glanced at me as though I were the only one who counted to the other two, or rather to Maitre Gabriel. You made a commonplace apology. Excuse the interruption, Maitre. Where were we? There are so many things that I understood, and that you knew I understood, because, don't you see, I have an enormous advantage over you, no matter what you do, for I have killed. Let me thank you for having, in your report, summed up the investigation with so much simplicity, with such a total lack of sentimentality, that it annoyed the prosecutor until he blurted out that the whole affair, as related by you, sounded more like a simple news item. You see, I am well informed. I even know that one day, when, among magistrates, you were discussing me, they asked you, tell us, since you have had many opportunities of studying Alavoine, what is your opinion? Did he act with premeditation, or was the crime committed in a moment of uncontrollable passion? With what anxiety I would have waited for your answer. Had I been there, I would have been on pins and needles wanting to prompt you. It seems that you hesitated, coughed 2 or 3 times. On my soul and honor, I firmly believe that no matter what Alavoine insists, no matter what he thinks, he acted in a moment when he was not fully responsible, and that his act was not premeditated. Well, Your Honor, that hurt me. I thought of it again when I saw you among the young law students. There must have been reproach in my eyes. For a little later, when you started to leave, you turned and faced me for several seconds. You raised your eyes. Perhaps I imagined it, but you seemed to be asking pardon. If I am not mistaken, the sense of that message was, I have done my honest best to understand. Henceforth, it is for others to judge you. It was the last time we were to see each other. We shall probably never see each other again. Every day, new prisoners are brought before you by the gendarmes. Fresh witnesses, more or less intelligent or impassioned. Although I am thankful that it is all over, I must admit that I envy them because they still have a chance to explain, while all I can count on now is this letter, which you will perhaps file away under the heading twaddle without even reading it. That, Your Honor, would be too bad. I say it without vanity. Not only too bad for me, but too bad for you, because I am going to reveal something which you suspect, something which you don't want to admit, which torments you in secret, something which I know is true. For since I passed over to the other side, I am more experienced than you. You are afraid. You are afraid, to be precise, of what has happened to me. You are afraid of yourself, of a certain frenzy which might take possession of you, afraid of the disgust that you feel growing in you with the slow and inexorable growth of a disease. We are almost identical men, Your Honor. Well then, since I had the courage to go to the bitter end, why not, in turn, have the courage to try to understand me? As I write, I can see the three lights with green shades hanging over the judge's bench, another over that of the prosecutor, and, at the press table, a rather pretty girl reporter whom a young male colleague, without losing any time, presented with a box of sweets at the second session. She very generously passed it to everyone around her, to the lawyers, to me. I had one of those sweets in my mouth when you looked in on the trial. Are you in the habit of looking in at the trials for which you have conducted the investigation? I doubt it. The corridor outside your office is never empty. One prisoner automatically takes the place of another, and yet twice you came back. You were there when the verdict was read, and it is perhaps because of you that I did not fly into a rage. What did I tell you, Maitre Gabriel? Very proud of himself, exclaimed to his colleagues when they came to congratulate him, if my client had been a little more tractable, I'd have won an acquittal. The imbecile, the smug, cheerful imbecile. Listen to this. If you want to be amused, here is something to make you laugh. An old lawyer with a beard was bold enough to parry, "One moment, my dear colleague, with a revolver, yes. Even at a pinch, with a knife, but with the bare hand, never. An acquittal under such circumstances has never been heard of in the annals of the law. With the bare hands, isn't that magnificent? Isn't that enough to make you want to go over to the other side? My cellmate is watching me as I write, without concealing an admiration tinged with annoyance. He is a great strapping boy of 21, a kind of young bull, with a ruddy complexion and candid eyes. He hasn't been in my cell more than a week. Before him, there was a poor, melancholic fellow who spent all day cracking his finger joints. My young bull killed an old woman in her little wine shop, hitting her over the head with a bottle, having gone in, as he artlessly put it, to clean up the place. The judge, it seems, was indignant. With a bottle, aren't you ashamed of yourself? And he, how could I know she'd be dumb enough to yell? I had to make her stop. And there was the bottle on the counter. I didn't even know if it was full or empty. Now, he is convinced that I am preparing my appeal or soliciting some special favor. What he can't understand, although he too has killed, but accidentally, he's almost right, it was, in a way, the old woman's fault. What he can't understand is that I myself should insist on proving that I acted with premeditation, in full consciousness of my act. Do you understand? Your Honor, with premeditation. Until someone has admitted that, I shall be alone in the world, in full consciousness of my act, and in the end, I'm sure you'll understand, unless, like certain of my colleagues who feel humiliated at seeing a doctor in the prisoner's dock at a murder trial, you prefer to pretend that I am mad, altogether mad, or a little mad in any case, irresponsible, or not fully responsible. They got nothing for their pains, thank God. But even today, when one might suppose that everything had been done, that everything was over, they are still hammering away at it, egged on, I suspect, by my friends, my colleagues, my wife, and my mother. However that may be, after a month I have not yet been sent to Fontevraud, where I should, theoretically, serve my sentence. They are watching me. I am always being taken to the hospital. They ask a lot of obvious questions that make me smile with pity. The director himself has come several times, spying on me through the peephole, and I wonder if they didn't put the young bull in my cell in place of my former melancholy cellmate to keep me from committing suicide. It is my calmness that worries them. What the papers called my want of conscience, my cynicism. I am calm, that's a fact. And this letter should convince you of it. Although I am only a simple family doctor, I have studied enough psychiatry to recognize the letter of a madman. Too bad, Your Honor. If you think the contrary, it would be a great disillusionment to me, for I still enjoy the illusion of possessing one friend, and that friend, strange as it may seem, is you. What a lot of things I have to tell you now that I cannot be accused of trying to save my neck, and that Maitre Gabriel is not there any longer to step on my toes every time I express a truth too simple for him to understand. We both of us belong to what is called at home, the liberal professions, and what, in certain less advanced milieus, is designated more pretentiously by the term intelligentsia. Doesn't the word make you want to laugh? No matter. We belong, then, to a good middle class, more or less cultivated, the class which furnishes the country with officials, doctors, lawyers, magistrates, quite a few deputies, senators, and ministers. However, from what I have gathered, you are a generation ahead of me. Your father was already a magistrate while mine was still tilling the soil. Don't tell me that it is of no importance. You would be wrong. You would make me think of the rich who are always saying that money doesn't count in life. Naturally, because they have it. But if you don't have any, what then? Have you too ever suffered from the lack of it? Now, take my toad's head, as the witty reporter said. Supposing you had been in my place in the prisoner's dock, he wouldn't have mentioned toads' heads. One generation more or less makes a difference. You yourself are the proof. Already your face is longer. Your skin does not shine. You have the easy manners which my daughters are only now acquiring. Even your glasses, your myopia, even your calm, precise way of wiping the lenses with your little chamois skin. If you had been named magistrate at La Roche-sur-Yon, instead of obtaining an appointment in Paris, we should in all probability have become, if not friends, at least friendly acquaintances, as I said before, by the force of circumstances. You would have, I am sure, in all sincerity considered me an equal, but I, deep down, would always have been a little envious of you. Don't deny it. You have only to look around you. Think of those of your friends who, like me, belong to the first rising generation. Rising where? I wonder. But let that pass. You were born at Caen, and I was born at Bourgne-en-Vendée, a village several miles from a little town called La Châtaigneraie. Of Caen, I shall have more to say later, for it holds a memory which only recently, since my crime, to use that word, consider one of the most important of my life. Why not tell you right away? Since it takes us to surroundings you know so well, I have gone to Caen a dozen times or more, for I have an aunt there, a sister of my father's, who married a man in the China business. You must certainly know his shop on the Rue Saint Jean, 100 yards from the Hôtel de France, just where the tram runs so close to the pavement that the pedestrians have to glue themselves against the houses. Every time I went to Caen, it rained, and I liked the rain of your city. I like it for being fine, gentle, and silent. I like it for the halo it throws around the landscape, for the mystery with which, in the twilight, it surrounds everybody you meet, especially the women. Now that I think of it, I remember it was on my first visit to my aunt's. It had just grown dark, and everything was shining in the rain. I must have been a little over 16. At the corner of the Rue Saint Jean and another street whose name I've forgotten, and which, not having any shops, was completely dark. A girl in a beige raincoat stood waiting, and there were raindrops on the fair hair escaping from under her black beret. The tram passed, its great yellow eyes streaming with water and rows of heads behind the clouded windows. A man, a young man, who was standing on the step, jumped off just in front of the shop with fishing tackle in the window. After that, it was like a dream. At the precise moment he landed on the pavement, the girl's hand caught his arm, and both of them, in a single movement, walked together towards the dark street with such ease that it made one think of the figure of a ballet. And suddenly, without a word, on the first doorstep, they glued their bodies together with their wet clothes and their wet skin, and I, too, watching them from a distance, had the taste of a strange saliva in my mouth. Perhaps because of this memory, 3 or 4 years later, when I was already a medical student, I wanted to do exactly the same thing, and in con too, as exactly as possible in any case. But there was no tram, and no one was waiting for me. Naturally, you know the Brasserie Chandivert. For me, it's the finest beer restaurant in France, along with one other in Epinal, where I used to go when I was doing my military service. There is the illuminated entrance of the cinema to the left, then the enormous room divided into different parts. The part where you eat, with white tablecloths and silver on the tables. The part where you drink and play cards, and then, at the back, the bottle green billiard tables under their reflectors, and the almost hieratic poses of the players. There is also, on the platform, the orchestra, with the musicians in shabby dinner jackets, with long hair and pale faces. There is the warm light inside and the rain trickling down the window panes. People who come in shaking their wet clothes. Cars stopping outside whose headlights can be seen for an instant. There are the families dressed in their Sunday best for the occasion, and the habitués with blotchy red faces, having their game of dominoes or cards, always at the same table, and calling the waiter by his first name. It is a world, you understand, an almost complete world, a world sufficient to itself, a world into which I plunged with delight and dreamed of never leaving. You see how far away I was at 20 from any criminal court. I remember that I smoked an enormous pipe which gave me the illusion of being a man, and that I looked at all the women with equal avidity. And then, one evening, what I had always hoped for, without daring to believe it possible, happened. At a table opposite me was a girl, or perhaps a woman, who was wearing a blue tailored suit and a little red hat. If I knew how to draw, I could still make a sketch of her face, her figure. She had a few freckles across her nose, and her nose wrinkled when she smiled, and she smiled at me. A sweet, friendly smile, not at all one of those provocative smiles I was more accustomed to. And we smiled at one another like that for quite a long time. Long enough for the audience from the cinema to invade the cafe during the interval, and to leave again when the bell called them back. Then, with her eyes, only with her eyes. She seemed to ask me a question, to ask me why I didn't come and sit beside her. I hesitated. I called the waiter, paid for my drink. Awkwardly, I crossed over to her table. May I sit down? A yes from her eyes, always her eyes. You looked so bored, she said at last, when I was seated on the bench. What we said to each other after that, I have forgotten. But I know that I spent one of the happiest, friendliest hours of my life. The orchestra played Viennese waltzes. Outside it was still raining. We knew nothing about one another, didn't dare to hope for anything. The movies were over next door. Some people came in and began eating at the table next to ours. Let's go, she said simply, and we left. And outside in the fine rain, which did not seem to bother her. She took my arm in the most natural way in the world. Are you staying at a hotel? I had told her that I was from the Vendée, but was studying at Nantes. No, at my aunt's, Rue Saint-Jean. And then I live quite near the Rue Saint-Jean. Only we must not make a noise. My landlady would put us out. We passed in front of my uncle's china shop with its closed shutters, where one sensed a faint glimmer through the glass part of the door. For the room behind the shop was their living room. My uncle and aunt were waiting up for me. No latchkey. We passed in front of the fishing tackle shop. I drew my companion down the quiet, dark street as far as the first doorstep. You understand why. But when we got there, she said, "Wait till we get to my place. That is all, Your Honor." And telling it, I notice that it is ridiculous. She took a key out of her bag. She put a finger on her lips. She whispered in my ear, "Careful on the stairs." She led me by the hand along a dark hall. We went up a flight of stairs with creaking boards, and on the first landing we saw a light round the crack of the door. Shh! It was the landlady's room. Sylvia's was next to it. A sordid and rather unsavory smell floated through the house. There was no electricity, and she lit a gas lamp whose light hurt my eyes, still whispering. She said before going behind a flowered chintz curtain, "I'll be back at once." And I can still see the combs on the stand she used as a dressing table, the cheap mirror, the bed with a couch cover spread over it. That's all, and it's not all, Your Honor. It is all because nothing happened that was not perfectly commonplace. It is not all because for the first time I was hungry for a life other than my own. I had no idea who she was or where she came from. I imagined vaguely what kind of a life she led, and felt sure that I was not the first to climb the creaking stairs on tiptoe. But what difference did it make? She was a woman, and I was a man. We were two human beings whispering in that room, in that bed, with the landlady asleep on the other side of the thin wall. Outside it was raining. Outside, from time to time, there were footsteps on the wet pavement, nocturnal voices in the watery air. My aunt and uncle were waiting for me in the room behind the shop and must have been getting worried. There was a moment, Your Honor, when, with my head between her breasts, I began to cry. I didn't know why. Do I know today I began to cry from happiness and from despair, both at the same time. I held her, simple and relaxed, there in my arms. I remember that she stroked my forehead absently as she stared at the ceiling. I should have liked, and that is what I could not express, what I still cannot express now. Cain, at that moment, represented the whole world. It was there behind the window panes, behind the wall that hid the sleeping landlady. All that was the mystery was the enemy. But we were two people who didn't know each other, who had no common interests, two people whom chance had hastily brought together for a moment. She was perhaps the first woman I ever loved. For a few hours, she gave me the sensation of infinity. She was commonplace, simple and kind. At the Brasserie Chandevert, I had taken her for a young girl waiting for her parents, then for a young wife waiting for her husband. But there we were in the same bed, flesh to flesh, doors and windows closed, and there was no one else in the world but the two of us. I fell asleep. I awoke at dawn, and she was breathing peacefully, confidingly, her two breasts uncovered. I was seized with panic on account of my aunt and uncle. I got out of bed without making a sound, and I didn't know what I should do, whether to leave money on the dressing table or not. I did it shamefacedly. I had my back to her. When I turned round, she was looking at me, and she said softly, "You'll come back. Then be careful not to wake my landlady." Stupid, isn't it? It took place in your city. Has it happened to you too, as we are about the same age? Perhaps you have known Sylvia. Perhaps you have. As for me, Your Honor, she was my first love, but it is only now, after all these years, that I realize it. And there is something even more serious. You see, I also realize that for 20 years I had been looking for a Sylvia without knowing it. And that it is after all because of her. Excuse me, my bull is furious because they have brought us our dinner, and he doesn't dare serve himself before me. I shall explain all this later, Your Honor. This letter is addressed to an examining magistrate, whose title in France is judge. In French judicial procedure, before the trial, he extracts from the accused and the witnesses' testimony and evidence which he reports to the magistrate who presides at the trial. But he does not appear at the trial to prosecute or defend. Chapter 2. My mother appeared before the court, for she had been summoned as a witness. Although it seems incredible, I still don't know whether this was done by the prosecution or the defense. Of my two lawyers, one of them, Maître Auger, came from La Roche-sur-Yon only to assist his Parisian colleague, and, as it were, to represent my native province. As for Maître Gabriel, he ferociously forbade me to concern myself in any way with my case. "Is it my job or yours?" he would exclaim in his great gruff voice. "Just remember, my friend, there isn't a cell in this prison from which I have not extricated at least one client. They sent for my mother. Perhaps he, perhaps the other side. As soon as the judge pronounced her name, there was a stir in the courtroom. People in the last row and those who were standing behind them stood on tiptoe, and from where I sat, I could see them craning their necks. They reproached me for not having shed a tear. They spoke of my insensibility. The imbeciles! And what dishonesty! What a lack of understanding, of humanity, to talk in such a way about something they could not possibly know. Poor mamma. She was dressed in black, For over 30 years, she has worn nothing but black from head to foot, like most of our peasant women at home. Knowing her as I do, she must have worried about what she should wear, must have asked my wife's advice. I'd be willing to swear that she repeated at least a dozen times, "I am so afraid of disgracing him." It was certainly my wife who suggested the thin lace collar, so that her clothes would look less like mourning, so that she would not seem to be trying to play on the jury's sympathy. She was not crying when she came in. You saw that yourself, since you were in the fourth row near the witness's entrance. Everything that has been said and written on the subject is false. For years now, she has been treated for her eyes, which are always watering. She sees very badly, but refuses to wear glasses, maintaining that you get used to them and keep needing stronger and stronger lenses until finally you go blind. She bumped into a group of young law students who were blocking her passage, and because of this accident, it was said that she came in staggering with shame and sorrow. It was the others who were playing to the gallery, and first of all the judge himself, who half rose from the bench to bow to her with an air of boundless commiseration, before turning to the court attendant with the traditional "bring a chair for the witness," that crowd holding its breath, those craning necks, those tense faces, all for what? Just to contemplate an unhappy woman, to ask her questions that had not the slightest importance, not even the slightest utility. The court, madam, apologizes for having to inflict such an ordeal upon you, and earnestly requests that you make every effort to remain calm. She did not look in my direction. She did not know where I was. She was ashamed, not ashamed of me, as the reporters wrote, but ashamed of being the target of all those eyes, ashamed of disturbing such important persons. She, who had always felt herself of so little account, for in her mind, you see, and I know my mother well, it was she who was disturbing them. She was afraid to cry. She was afraid to look at anything. I do not even know what questions they first asked her. I must insist on this point. I don't know whether other defendants are like me, but for me, I often found it difficult to take an interest in my own trial. Is this due to the fact that the whole farce has so little to do with reality? Many times during the cross-examination of a witness, or during the frequent verbal clashes between Maître Gabriel and the prosecuting counsel. Maître Gabriel always announced these recurring incidents to the reporters by a premonitory wink. Many times, as I say, I suffered lapses which lasted as long as half an hour, during which I watched the faces of the crowd or simply stared at the shadows on the wall in front of me. Once I started counting the spectators. That took me almost an entire session because I made a mistake and had to begin all over again. There were 422 persons, including the policemen at the back of the courtroom. 422 persons that morning. Two, no doubt, staring at my mother, whom the judge, at the instigation of Maître Gabriel, asked, "Your son had meningitis as a child, did he not?" As though it had been necessary to bring her all the way from the Vendée for that. And from the tone of the question, one might have supposed that here was the crux of the whole trial, the key to the enigma. I understood the trick, Your Honor, for it was a trick. The two adversaries, the prosecutor and the counsel for the defense, were always asking the witnesses the most asinine questions with an insistence suggesting mysterious designs. From my bench, I could see the jurors scowling and wrinkling up their foreheads, sometimes jotting down notes like detective story readers whom an author, without seeming to do so, has switched on to a new track. Yes, sir. He was very sick, and I was afraid I was going to lose him. Will you kindly address the gentlemen of the jury? I do not think they heard you. And my mother repeating docilely, in exactly the same tone of voice, "Yes, sir. He was very sick, and I was afraid I was going to lose him." Didn't you notice that after his illness, your son's character had changed? She didn't understand. No, sir. Kindly address the gentlemen of the jury. It was as great a mystery as that of the Mass. Why she should be asked questions in one quarter and have to answer them in another. He did not become more violent. He has always been as gentle as a lamb, sir. Your Honor, Your Honor. At school, he would let boys beat him because he was stronger than they were, and he didn't want to hurt them. Why the smiles in the courtroom and even among the reporters who hastened to jot down her words? He was just like a big dog we used to have, who, abruptly, she fell silent, frightened and confused. Dear God, she must have prayed to herself, don't let me shame him. And still her back was turned towards me. After your son's first marriage, you lived with the young couple. Did you not, naturally, your honor, face the gentlemen of the jury? They can't hear you very well. Naturally, gentlemen of the jury. Were they happy together? Why shouldn't they have been? You continued to live with your son when he remarried, and you actually still live with his second wife. It would be interesting for the gentlemen of the jury to know whether the relations of the defendant with the latter were the same as those which he enjoyed with his first wife. I beg your pardon. Poor Mama, who wasn't used to complicated phraseology and who was afraid to admit that she was a little deaf. Did your son, if you prefer, behave in the same way with his second wife as with his first? The cowards. She was crying now, not because of me, not because of my crime, but for reasons that were no concern of theirs. And they thought themselves so clever to look at them, their eyes all glued on a weeping old woman. One would have thought they were about to wrest from her the key of the mystery. Yet it is perfectly simple. Your honor, with my first wife, who was not a very good housekeeper, who was what they call at home a lump of dough. My mother remained the mistress of the house. With Armand, things changed. That was all. Because Armand has a stronger personality and very decided tastes of her own. When a woman of 60 is suddenly deprived of her occupations, can no longer give orders to the servants, can no longer fuss over the meals and the children, it is exceedingly painful for her. That is all. That is why my mother cried, because she was nothing but a stranger in her daughter-in-law's house. Was your son, in your opinion, happy with his second wife? Certainly, sir, excuse me, your honor. In that case, why did he leave her? I did not shed tears, no. I clenched my fists behind my bench. I gritted my teeth. If I hadn't controlled myself, I would have jumped up and shouted insults at them. If you feel too fatigued to answer any more questions now, we can put them off until the afternoon session. No, your honor, Mama stammered. I'd rather answer now. Then, as the judge turned towards my lawyer, she followed his glance, and she saw me. She said nothing. From the movement of her throat, I could see that she had swallowed hard. And I know very well what she would have said If she could have spoken to me, she would have asked my forgiveness for bungling so, for being so flustered, so ridiculous. For she felt ridiculous, or, if you prefer, not in her proper place. And that, for her, is the worst of all humiliations. She would have asked my pardon for not knowing how to reply, and also, perhaps, for shaming me in public. Maître Auger, whom I regarded as a friend, Maître Auger, whom my wife had sent up from La Roche to help in my defense, so that my city might be associated with it to a certain extent, was guilty of a scurrilous trick. He leaned over and whispered something to Maître Gabriel, who immediately approved with a nod of his head and, like a schoolboy, raised his hand to indicate that he had something he wished to say. Your Honor, my colleague and I, would like you to ask the witness how her husband met his death. You heard the question, madam. The swine. She had grown so pale that her face looked blue. This and her sudden trembling all over made the court attendant hurry over to her in case she should faint or become hysterical. In an accident, she managed to articulate almost in a whisper. They made her repeat it. What kind of an accident? He was cleaning his gun in the shed behind the house. The gun went off. Maître Gabriel, I beg leave to insist, however cruel my question may be, can the witness affirm to the court that her husband did not commit suicide? Indignant, she made an effort to pull herself up proudly. My husband's death was accidental. All that. You see, Your Honor, just to bring one tiny little phrase into the defense. A play for the gallery, for forensic effect, so that Maître Gabriel might exclaim a little later on, pointing to me with a pathetic gesture, this man who bears the burden of a cruel heredity. Cruel heredity, be it, and yours, Your Honor, and that of Maître Gabriel, and of those 2 rows of jurors whose features I had plenty of time to examine, a cruel heredity, mine to be sure, like that of every son of Adam, the truth. That is what I'm going to tell you. Not as it is told in families, for they are ashamed of what they think are taints, but simply as a man, as a doctor. And it will surprise me very much if you don't find points of resemblance with your own family. I was born in one of those houses over which people begin to grow sentimental even today, and which later, when there are only a few left scattered through the French provinces, will no doubt be turned into museums. An old stone house with vast cool rooms, with unexpected corridors, broken here and there by steps whose raison d'etre has been forgotten, smelling of wax and the country, of ripening fruit, new-mown hay, and things simmering on the kitchen stove. This house was formerly, in the time of my grandparents, a manor house, which some people called the chateau, and it constituted the center of 4 farms of over 100 acres each. In my father's day, there were only 2 farms. Then later, but long before I was born, only 1. And the manor house, in its turn, became a farm. My father began to till the soil himself and to breed animals. He was a taller, broader, and much stronger man than I am. I have been told that at the fairs, when he had been drinking, he was always ready to bet that he could hold a horse on his back. And the old men of the region affirmed that he would actually win his wager. He married late. When he was past 40, he was a good-looking man and still owned enough property to aspire to a rich marriage and so recover his former position. If you knew Fontenay-le-Comte, about 30 miles from us, you would certainly have heard of the Lanoux girls. There were 5 of them, and an old mother who had been a widow for many years. They had been rich before the death of their father, who had lost his fortune in foolish speculations. In my father's time, the Lanoux, mother and 5 daughters, still lived in the big house on the Rue Rabelais, and even today there are 2 old maid sisters, the last of them still living there. I truly believe that it would be impossible to find a more absolute or a more dignified poverty than that which existed for years in that household. Their income was so meager that it allowed hardly more than the shadow of 1 meal a day. Yet this did not prevent the young Lanoux ladies, always accompanied by their mother, from appearing at Mass and at Vespers formally attired in gloves and their Sunday best hats, or from marching home afterwards along the Rue de la République, heads high. The youngest must have been 25, but it was the 30-year-old sister whom, one fine day, my father married. That is my mother. You can understand, Your Honor, that the words "to be happy" have a different meaning for this woman than for the gentlemen of the law. When she arrived at Bourneuf, she was so anemic that for several months the stimulating air of the country gave her fits of dizziness. She had a difficult confinement and was not expected to live. Hardly surprising considering the fact that I weighed over 12 pounds. I have told you that my father himself cultivated a portion of his land, which is true and yet not altogether true. A large part of the work of our farms consists in doing all the country fairs. And there are fairs in all the market towns of the county as well as in the neighboring counties. That was my father's job, as well as organizing rabbit and wild boar hunts when these animals were playing havoc in the region. My father was, so to speak, born with a gun in his hand. He carried it on his back when he went into the fields. At the tavern, he held it between his legs, and I have never seen him when there was not a dog's feet with its muzzle on his boots. You see that I was not exaggerating when I said that I am closer to the soil than you. I went to the village school. I fished in the brooks, and I climbed the trees like my playmates. Did I notice at that time that my mother was sad? As a matter of fact, I didn't. For me, that gravity, which never left her, was simply the characteristic of mothers, as well as that gentleness and that smile which seemed always slightly veiled. As for my father, he would pick me up and swing me on to the back of the work-horses or the oxen, would play with me or tease me in language so crude that it would make my mother wince. And his mustache, which I had never known to be anything but gray, always, even in the early morning, reeked of wine or spirits. My father drank, Your Honor. Isn't there invariably one drunkard in every family in mine? It was my father. He drank at the fairs. He drank at the farmhouses and at the tavern. He drank at home. He would stand in the doorway, watching for someone to pass, so as to have an excuse to go to the wine shed with them for a drink. It was at the fairs that it became dangerous. For when he had drunk, the most hair-raising things seemed to him normal. I only understood all this later, for I have seen many others like him. I might say that there is one in every village. A generation separates you from the soil, and you have probably never known the unrelenting monotony of the seasons, the weight of the sky on your shoulders from 4 o'clock in the morning, the passage of the hours with their accumulation of worries. There are some who don't seem to mind, and they are said to be happy. Others drink, do the fairs, and run after the girls. That was my father's case. As soon as he was awake in the morning, he needed a glass of brandy to revive those jovial high spirits for which he was famous throughout the country. Afterwards, he needed more glasses, more bottles, to maintain this semblance of optimism. And you see, Your Honor, I believe my mother understood that. Who knows? Perhaps it is for that reason, more than any other, that I love and respect her. Never. Although most of our time we spent together in the kitchen, and like all children, I kept my ears constantly pricked up. Did I hear my mother say, "You've been drinking again, Francois"? Never did she ask my father where he had been. Not even on days when there was a fair, and he spent the whole proceeds from the sale of a cow on girls. I firmly believe that, in her mind, that is what she called respect. She respected her man. It was not only gratitude for his having married one of the Lanoux girls. It was simply because she felt that he could not be other than he was. How often at night, after I had gone to bed, have I heard my father's booming voice announcing the invasion of our house by friends picked up almost anywhere, each one drunker than the other, brought home for a last bottle. She waited on them. From time to time she would come and listen at my door, and I always pretended to be asleep, for I knew that she was fearful lest I should remember the offensive words being bawled out downstairs every season, or almost. A piece of land was sold, just a splinter, as we say. Bah! That bit there, so far away, it gives us more bother than it's worth, my father would say. But on such days he was not himself, and he would not touch a drop for days, sometimes weeks, not even a glass of wine. He tried to behave as gaily as usual, but his gaiety was forced. One day, I can still remember it when I was playing near the well. I caught sight of him, lying full length at the foot of a haystack, with his face turned towards the sky, and he seemed to me so long, so still, that I thought he was dead, and I began to cry. Hearing me, he seemed to come out of a dream. I wonder if he recognized me right away. His eyes had such a faraway look in them. It was one of those sickly evenings with a sky of a uniform white, at the hour when the grass becomes a somber green and each blade stands out, shivering in the immensity, as in the paintings of the old Flemish masters. "What's the matter? Sonny, I twisted my ankle running. Come and sit over here." I was frightened, but I went and sat down on the grass beside him. He put his arm round my shoulder. We could see the house in the distance and the smoke rising up straight out of the chimney against the white sky. My father was silent, and sometimes I could feel a slight contraction of his hand on my shoulder. We stared into empty space, both of us. Our eyes must have been the same color, and I wondered if my father, too, was frightened. I don't know how long I could have endured that agony, and I must have been very pale, when a gun went off in the direction of the Bois Perdu. Then my father shook himself, took his pipe out of his pocket, and, recovering his normal voice, remarked as he rose, "That must be Mathieu shooting hares in the low meadow." 2 years went by. I didn't realize that my father was already old, older than the other fathers. More and more frequently, he would get up in the night, and I could hear the sound of water and voices whispering, and in the morning he would seem tired. At table, my mother would push a little cardboard box towards him, saying, "Don't forget your pill." Then, one day, when I was 9 and at school, one of the neighbors, old man Courtois, came into the classroom and spoke to the teacher in a low voice. Both of them looked at me. "Now, children, I want you to behave yourselves. Alavoine, my boy, will you come out to the courtyard with me?" It was summer. The cement in the courtyard was hot. There were moss roses around the windows. "Come here, son." Old Courtois had already reached the entrance and was leaning against the wrought iron gate. The teacher put his arm round my shoulder, just as my father used to do. The sky was very blue and filled with the song of larks. "You are a little man now, aren't you, Charles? And I think you love your mamma dearly. Well, from now on, you will have to love her even more, because she is going to need you very much." Long before he reached the last words, I had understood, and although I had never thought that my father could die, I had a picture of him dead, saw him lying full length at the foot of the haystack, as I had seen him that September evening 2 years before. I did not cry, Your Honor, no more than at the trial. So much for the gentlemen of the press, who would have another chance to call me a slimy toad. I did not cry, but I felt as if I had no more blood in my veins. And when old Courtois, holding me by the hand, took me home with him, I walked on feathers. I went through a universe as weightless as feathers. They didn't let me see my father. When I got home, he was already in his coffin. Everybody who came to the house, where food and drink had to be served from morning to night, and from night to morning, everybody kept repeating, as they shook their heads, "And to think how he loved to hunt, and you never saw him without his gun." 35 years later, a lawyer puffed up with importance and flushed with vanity was to insist upon asking my poor mother, "Are you sure that your husband did not commit suicide?" Our peasants of Bourneuf had more tact. Naturally, they gossiped among themselves, but they didn't find it necessary to say anything to my mother. My father committed suicide. And what of it? My father drank, and I, Your Honor, am very much tempted to tell you something, but even with your intelligence, I am afraid you won't understand. I won't say that the best men are the ones who drink, but at least they are the ones who have caught a glimpse of something they could never attain, something the desire for which has hurt them to the quick, something which perhaps my father and I were staring at that evening when we sat together at the foot of the haystack, our eyes reflecting the color of the sky. Think of saying that to the gentleman of the law and to that snake of a reporter. I should rather begin telling you about Jean, my first wife. One day at Nantes, when I was 25, solemn personages presented me with my degree of Doctor of Medicine. The same day, after the ceremonies during which I had sweat blood, a gentleman at the door handed me a small box containing a fountain pen on which my name and the date were engraved in gold letters. That fountain pen gave me more pleasure than all the rest. It was the first thing I had ever received for nothing. You aren't as lucky at the faculty of law, Your Honor, because you are not as directly connected with certain big industries. The fountain pen was given me, as to all the young doctors, by an important pharmaceutical company. We spent a fairly sordid night celebrating, while my mother, who had been at the ceremony, waited for me in her hotel room. The next morning, without having been to bed, I left with her, not for Bourneuf, where she had sold almost all the land that was left, but for a little town, Ormois, about 20 kilometers from La Roche-sur-Yon. That day, I think my mother was completely happy. Such a frail little thing. She sat there beside her big son, first in the train, then in the bus. If I had allowed her to, she would have carried the bags. Would she have preferred it if I had become a priest? It is possible. She had always wanted me to be either a priest or a doctor. I had chosen medicine to please her, when the life of the fields would have suited me so much better. That very afternoon I began, so to speak, my career as a doctor at Ormois, where my mother had bought the practice of an old doctor who, almost blind, had at last decided to retire. A wide street, white houses, a square with a church on one side and the town hall on the other, a few old women who still wore the white bonnets of the Vendée. Finally, since we could not afford a car, and since I had to have some sort of a conveyance to take me on my visits to the outlying farms, my mother had bought me a big blue motorcycle. The house was sunny and much too big for us, for my mother refused to have a servant, and during my office hours, she herself opened the door for the patients. The old doctor, whose name was Marchandeau, had gone to live at the other end of town, where he had bought a small house and spent his whole time working in his garden. He was all gray and wizened, and wore an enormous straw hat that made him look like a queer mushroom. He always stared at people before speaking because of his uncertain eyesight, waiting to hear the sound of their voices. Perhaps I too was happy. Your Honor, I don't know. I was full of goodwill. I have always been full of goodwill. I wanted to please everybody, and first of all my mother. Can you see our little household? She looked after me, spoiled me. All day long she trotted around our unnecessarily large house, trying to make it more and more agreeable, as though she vaguely realized the need for holding me from what wasn't it, in order to hold me that she wanted me to be a priest or a doctor. Towards her son she showed the same docility, the same humility as she had always shown towards his father. and I hardly ever saw her opposite me at table, for she insisted on waiting on me like a servant. I was often obliged to jump on to my motorcycle and go to consult my old colleague, for I felt inexperienced and was sometimes embarrassed by certain cases that came to me. I wanted to do what was right. You see, I aimed at perfection. Since I was a doctor, I looked upon medicine as a sacred calling. Old man Cochin, Marchandeau would exclaim, as long as you stuff him full of 20 francs worth of pills, any old pills, he'll be satisfied. For there was no chemist in the village, and I myself sold the medicines I prescribed. They are all the same. And don't go telling them that a glass of water would do them as much good as a drug. They would lose all confidence in you, and what's more, at the end of the year, you would have earned barely enough to pay your license and your taxes. Drugs, my friend, and more drugs. The amusing thing was that as a gardener, old Marchandeau was exactly like the patients he made fun of. From morning to night, he treated his boarders with the most improbable concoctions which he read about in horticultural catalogues and sent for at great expense. Drugs, they don't want to be cured, but to be treated. And whatever you do, don't ever tell them they're not sick. That'll finish you. Dr. Marchandeau, who was a widower, had married off the elder of his two daughters to a chemist in La Roche and lived with the younger one, Jean, who was then 22. I wanted to do what was right. I have told you that, and I repeat it. I don't even know if she was pretty, but I knew that a man at a certain age ought to get married. Why, Jean? She used to smile at me shyly every time I came to the house, and she it was who served the glass of white wine that is traditional with us. She always wore a discreet, self-effacing air. Everything about her was self-effacing, to such a point that after 16 years I can scarcely remember what she looked like. She was gentle, like my mother. I had no friends in the village. I seldom went to La Roche-sur-Yon, for in my free moments I preferred taking my motorcycle and going off somewhere to fish or to hunt. I might say that I never really courted her. It seems to me, my mother said one evening as we were waiting for time to go to bed, that you're beginning to take quite a fancy to Jean. You think so? She's a very nice girl. No one could say the contrary. One of those young girls, you know, who dons her summer dress and her new hat for the first time Easter Sunday and her winter coat on All Saints' Day. Since you won't remain a bachelor, poor Mama. She would certainly have preferred my being a priest. It was my mother who married us. We were engaged for almost a year, because in the country, if you marry too soon, people are sure to say it was a marriage of necessity. I can still see the Marchandeau's garden and, in winter, the living room with its log fire, where the old doctor would promptly sleep in his armchair. Jean worked on her trousseau. Then came the moment for deciding about the wedding dress, and finally the period when we spent our evenings drawing up and revising the list of guests. Is that the way you were married, Your Honor? I think in the end, began to be a little impatient. When I would kiss her good night at the door, I was troubled by the warmth that emanated from her body. Old Marchandeau was happy to see his last daughter settled. Now, at last, I'll be able to live like an old fox, he would say in his slightly cracked voice. We spent 3 days in Nice, for I was not sufficiently affluent to pay a substitute, and I could not very well leave my patients for any longer than that. My mother had gained a daughter more docile than if she had been her own child. She continued to take charge of the house. What shall I do, Mama? Jane would ask with angelic sweetness. You must rest, daughter, in your condition. For Jean became pregnant right away. I wanted to send her to the hospital at La Roche-sur-Yon for her confinement. I was a little frightened. My father-in-law laughed at me. Our midwife here will do the job just as well. She has brought a good third of the village into the world. It was, nevertheless, a difficult confinement. But my father-in-law continued to encourage me. With my wife, the first time, it was even worse. But you'll see, with the second one, I had always talked about a son. I don't know why. The women, I mean my mother and Jean, had set their minds on this idea of a boy. It turned out to be a girl, and my wife was laid up for 3 months after the baby was born. Excuse me, Your Honor, if I speak of her in what must seem a somewhat cavalier fashion. The truth is that I did not really know her, that I never knew her. She was a part of the background of my daily life, a part of the conventions. I was a doctor, an office, cheerful sunny house. I had married a sweet, well-bred young girl. She had just presented me with a child, was giving her the best possible care. In retrospect, this seems to me terrible, because I never tried to know what she thought, to know what she really was. We slept in the same bed for 4 years. We spent our evenings together with Mama, sometimes with her father, who would drop in for a nightcap before going to bed. For me, it is a photograph that has already faded. I would not have been in the least indignant if the judge had pointed a menacing finger at me and said, "You killed her," for it is true, only, in her case, I didn't know it. If I had suddenly been asked, "Do you love your wife?" I should have answered with perfect candor, but of course, because it is understood that one loves one's wife, because that is as far as I could see. It is understood also that one loves one's children. Everyone kept saying, "The next one will be a fine big boy," and I let myself be beguiled by this idea of having a fine big boy. It pleased my mother, too. I killed her because of this idea of having a fine big boy, which they had put into my head, and which I finally came to believe was my own wish. When Jean had a miscarriage after her first baby, I was a little worried. "It happens to every woman," her father said. "You'll see, after you've had a few more years' practice. She isn't strong. Don't you know that the women who seem the most delicate are usually the toughest? Look at your mama." So I went on. I said to myself that Dr. Marchandeau was older than I, had more experience, and that in consequence he must be right. A fine big boy, very big, to the tune of at least 12 pounds. For I weighed 12 pounds when I was born. Jean never said a word. She would follow in my mother's wake around the house. "Can't I help you, Mama?" I was out on my big motorcycle all day, visiting patients, fishing. But I did not drink. I was just barely unfaithful to Jean. We spent the evenings together, the 3 or 4 of us. Then we would go upstairs to bed. I used to say to Jean jokingly, "Shall we make that sun tonight?" She would smile shyly. She was very shy. she became pregnant again. Everybody was enchanted and predicted the famous 12-pound boy. As for me, I gave her tonics, hypodermics. The midwife is worth more than all those damn surgeons, my father-in-law kept saying. When it became necessary to resort to forceps, they sent for me. The sweat poured off my eyelids so that I could hardly see. My father-in-law was there, running back and forth like a little dog who has lost the scent. You'll see, everything will be all right. He kept saying, well, I had the child, an enormous baby girl who weighed just under 12 pounds. But the mother died 2 hours later, without even a look of reproach, murmuring, how stupid that I'm not stronger. Chapter 3. During my wife's last pregnancy, I had intercourse with Laurette. If you count at least one drunkard to a village, a man who drinks to every family, is there, I wonder, a single village at home that is without a girl like Laurette? She worked as chambermaid at the mayor's. She was a good sort, really, and possessed the most amazing frankness, which many people would have called cynicism. Her mother was the priest's housekeeper, but that did not prevent Laurette from going to him to confess her sins. Shortly after my installation at Ormois, she walked calmly into my office, like an old habitué. I just came, I always do, from time to time to make sure there's nothing the matter with me, she explained, pulling up her skirts and removing her white drawers, which were stretched across a pair of plump, round buttocks. Didn't the old doctor tell you about me? He had told me about most of his patients, but had forgotten or voluntarily neglected to mention her. Yet she was one of his regular patients. Of her own accord, her skirt rolled up to her waist. She stretched out on the leather-covered couch I used for my examinations and, with visible satisfaction, pulled up her knees and separated her large milk-white thighs. One felt that she would have been perfectly happy to keep that pose all day. Laurette never missed the chance of sleeping with a man. She confessed that on certain days, when she foresaw this possibility, she went without drawers in order to save time. I'm lucky, for it seems I can't have children, but I'm scared to death of catching some filthy disease, so I come around regularly for an examination, just to play safe. I saw her once a month, sometimes oftener. She usually went to confession about the same time. A general house cleaning, so to speak. Each time she would go through the same motions, would peel off her skin-tight drawers and stretch out on the couch. I could have had intercourse with her on her very first visit, but instead, I spent months desiring her. I would think about it at night in bed, and, with eyes closed, I would take my wife while conjuring up Laurette's broad white thighs. I thought of it so much that I began watching for her visits, and once, passing her on the square, I could not help launching, with a nervous laugh, "So, you don't come to see me anymore. Why I resisted so long, I don't know. Perhaps because of the exalted idea I entertained of my profession. Perhaps because I was born in fear. She came. She went through the ritual gestures, watching me with eyes full of curiosity, which soon changed to amusement. She was only 18, scarcely more than a child herself. Yet she looked upon me as a grown person looks upon a child whose thoughts she is able to read. I was very red and clumsy. I joked nervously, "Have you had a lot of them lately?" And I imagined all the men, most of whom I knew, pushing the laughing girl down under them. I don't count them. You know, I take things as they come. Then, suddenly frowning, as if an idea had just occurred to her, "Do I disgust you?" With that, I made up my mind. A second later, I was on top of her, like a great animal, and it was the first time that I ever made love to a woman in my office. The first time also that I ever made love to a woman who, although not a professional, was totally without a sense of shame, who was only mindful of her pleasure and of mine, increasing both by every possible means and using the very crudest words. After Jean's death, Laurette continued to come to my office. Later on, she came less often, for she became engaged, and to a very nice young fellow at that. But it didn't change her. Was my mother aware of what was going on between the mayor's chambermaid and myself today? I wonder. There are many questions like this which I ask myself now that I am on the other side, not only about my mother, but about almost everybody I have known. My mother has always moved about noiselessly, as though in church, except when she went out. I can't remember ever seeing her in anything but bedroom slippers, and I have never known any other woman able to come and go as she did, without a sound, without, so to speak, disturbing the air. So that as a small child I was often given a terrible fright when I ran into her, thinking her somewhere else. Have you been there all the time? How often I have pronounced those words. Blushing as I did so, I don't accuse her of curiosity. I think, however, that she listened at doors, that she has always listened at doors. I even think that, if I told her so, she would not be the least bit ashamed. It is the natural result of the idea she has of her role in life, which is to protect. And in order to protect, one has to know. Did she know that I slept with Laurette before Jean's death? I am not sure. Afterwards, she could not have helped knowing. It is only now, after all this time, that I realize it. I can still hear her anxious voice saying, "It seems that when she is married, Laurette will go to live at La Rochelle with her husband who intends to open a shop again." There are so many things that I understand, and among them some which frighten me all the more because for years I lived without ever suspecting them. Have I really lived? I begin to wonder if I have. To think that I have spent my whole life in a waking dream. Everything was easy. Everything was regulated. My days followed each other in a slow, even rhythm about which I did not need to bother my head. Everything was regulated, as I say, everything except my appetite for women. I don't say for love, but for women. As the doctor of the village, I thought I was bound to be more discreet than other men. I was haunted by the idea of a scandal that would make people point the finger of shame at me, and that would create around me in the village a sort of invisible barrier. The sharper and the more painful my sexual desires, the greater the force of my fear, until it even translated itself into childish nightmares. What frightens me, Your Honor, is to think that a woman, my mother, guessed all this. I began going to La Roche-sur-Yon more and more frequently, for it took no time on my big motorcycle. I had a few friends there, doctors, lawyers, whom I would meet in a cafe where there were always 2 or 3 women sitting at the back near the bar. And for 2 years I was obsessed by a desire to sleep with them without ever being able. to make up my mind to take them to the nearest hotel. Coming back to Ormois, I would often ride through all the village streets and all the roads round the village in the hope of meeting Laurette in some unfrequented spot. That was what I was reduced to, and my mother knew it. With my 2 little girls to take care of, she had, it is true, her hands full, but I'm sure it was entirely on my account, and in spite of her horror of having a stranger in her house. That one fine day she decided to take a maid. I must ask you to forgive me, Your Honor, for lingering over these details which very probably seem sordid to you. But, you see, I have the impression that they are extremely important. Her name was Lucille, and she came, of course, from the country. She was 17. She was thin, and her black hair was always wild. She was so shy that she would drop the plates if I spoke to her unexpectedly. She rose early, at 6 o'clock in the morning, and she was the first to go downstairs to light the fire so that my mother could look after my little daughters. It was in the winter. I can still see the stove smoking, still smell the odor of damp wood which refuses to light. Then the aroma of coffee. Almost every morning, inventing some excuse, I would go down to the kitchen. The excuse, for example, of going to gather mushrooms. How many times have I gone out to gather mushrooms in the wet meadows only that I might be alone for a moment with Lucille, who never dressed until later and had nothing on but a wrapper over her nightgown. She smelled of bed, warm flannel, and perspiration. I don't think she suspected my designs. On some pretext or other, I would manage to rub against her, to touch her. Lucille, my poor girl, you are really too thin. You know, I had finally found this excuse for feeling her, and she, with a pot in her hands, would not protest. To reach this point took me weeks, months. After that, it took weeks longer before I finally got up courage enough to push her over onto the kitchen table. Always at 6 o'clock in the morning, while it was still dark outside. She got no pleasure out of it herself. She was simply glad to make me happy. Afterward, when she got up, she would bury her head against my chest until the day when, at last, she dared raise her head and kiss me. Who knows if her mother had not died, if her father had not been left alone on his farm with 7 children, had not sent for her to come home and take care of them. perhaps many things would have been different. It was shortly after this, perhaps 2 weeks after Lucille left, while instead of a regular maid, we had a woman of the neighborhood who came in by the day to help with the housework, that the incident occurred. The postmistress had brought her daughter to see me, a young girl about 18 or 19 years old, who worked in the city and whose health left much to be desired. She doesn't eat. She keeps losing weight. She has dizzy spells. I wonder if her employer doesn't work her too hard. She was a stenographer with an insurance company. I have forgotten her name, but I can see her plainly. More heavily made up than the girls of our region, with enameled fingernails, high heels, and a headstrong air. There was nothing really premeditated about it. It is customary in the case of young girls, who often have things to hide from their family, for a doctor to examine them, especially to question them without any witness present. We'll just take a look. Madame Blaine, if you would like to wait outside for a moment, immediately. I had the impression that the girl was laughing at me, and I often wonder if I really had the look of a man haunted by sex. It is possible. I can't help it. I'll bet you're going to ask me to get undressed. Just like that, without even giving me the time to open my mouth. Oh, it's all the same to me. You know. Anyhow, all doctors are like that, aren't they? She took off her dress as though she were in a bedroom, looking at herself in the mirror and afterwards smoothing her hair. If you're thinking of tuberculosis, there's no use examining me. I had an X-ray taken last month. Then, finally turning and facing me, shall I take off my slip? That won't be necessary. As you like. What shall I do? Lie down here and don't move. You're going to tickle me. I warn you, I'm terribly ticklish. As I might have expected, the moment I touched her, she began to giggle and squirm. A little bitch, Your Honor. I detested her, and I could see her watching me for any telltale sign. You can't make me believe that doesn't do anything to you. I am perfectly certain that if it were my mother or some other old woman, you wouldn't find it necessary to examine the same places. If you could only see your eyes. I behaved like an idiot. She was no novice. I had the proof of that. She had noticed an unmistakable sign of the state I was in, and it amused her. She was laughing, her mouth wide open. That is what I see most clearly about her, that open mouth and a little pink pointed tongue close to my face. I said, in a strangely unnatural voice, "Don't move. Just relax." And suddenly she began to struggle. "Ah, no, I should say not. You must be crazy." Another detail I've just remembered, which should have made me more cautious. The cleaning woman was sweeping in the hall behind my office, and from time to time her broom knocked against the door. Why did I persist when my chances were so slim? In a very loud voice, the girl declared, "If you don't let me go, I'll yell." What exactly did the cleaning woman hear? She knocked at the door. She looked in, asking, "Did you call, doctor?" I don't know what she saw. I stammered, "No, Justine, thank you." And when the door closed behind her, the little devil burst out laughing. "You were frightened, weren't you? Serves you right. I'll get dressed now." "What are you going to tell Mama?" It was my mother who learned of it from Justine. She never mentioned it to me. She gave no sign. But that same evening, or perhaps it was the next day, she remarked in her vague way, as though she were talking to herself, "I wonder if you haven't made enough money now to think of moving to the city." And then, which is characteristic of her, following it immediately with, "After all, we shall have to go to live in the city sooner or later on account of your daughters, for they cannot go to the village school and will have to be sent to the convent." I had not made a great deal of money, but I had made some and had put it aside, thanks to the home pharmacy, as we called it, that is, the latitude allowed country doctors in the matter of selling medicines. We were prosperous. The bit of land my mother had saved from disaster gave us a small income, without counting the wine, the chestnuts, and the few chickens and rabbits it provided, as well as wood for burning. You should make inquiries at La Roche-sur-Yon. The truth of the matter is that I had been a widower now for almost 2 years, and my mother thought it prudent to get me married again. She couldn't eternally hire obliging maids who, one by one, would become engaged or would go to the city where they could earn more money. There's no hurry, but you might begin thinking about it. As for me, you understand, I am happy here, and I shall be happy anywhere. I also think that Mama hated to see me in +4s and heavy boots all the time, like my father, spending practically all my free time out hunting. I was her chick, Your Honor, but I was not aware of it. I was a huge chick, 6 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds, a monstrous chick, bursting with health and strength and obeying his mother like a little boy. I am not blaming her. She has worn herself out trying to protect me. She is not the only one. It even makes me wonder, sometimes, if I wasn't marked with a sign that certain women recognized, and that has made them want to protect me against myself. That is nonsense, of course. But looking back on one's life, one is tempted to say that happened just as if. There is no question that Mama, after the incident of the little bitch, was frightened. She was well versed in such matters, her husband having been regarded as the most rabid skirt chaser of the county. How many times would some neighbor come to her saying, "My poor Clemence, it's your husband again. Did you know that he's got the Chirot girl with child? For my father was always, quite shamelessly, getting them with child, ready later on, if necessary, to sell another parcel of land. He was not particular, young or old, prostitutes or virgins, and that, in effect, was the reason for getting me married again. Have never protested. Not only have I never protested, but I have never been conscious of being held in leash. And that, as you will see, is very important. I am not a rebel. I am just the opposite. All my life. I think I have told you this many times before, and I repeat it. All my life I have wanted to do what was right, simply, calmly, for the satisfaction of duty done. Does this satisfaction have a bitter aftertaste? That is another question. I should rather not answer it right away. Often, towards evening, I have found myself looking up at a colorless sky, a sky washed out, as it were, and thinking of my father lying at the foot of the haystack. Don't tell me that because he drank and ran after women, he was not doing his best. He was doing the best he could, the best allowed him. As for me, I was only his son. I represented the second generation, as you represent the third. And if I talk about myself in the past tense, it is because, now that I am on the other side, I have gone so far beyond all such contingencies for years and years. I did everything that was expected of me, without reluctance, with a minimum of cheating. I was a conscientious country doctor, notwithstanding the incident of the little bitch, and I even think I am a good doctor. When I am with my more learned or more solemn colleagues, I joke or am silent. I don't read the medical reviews. I don't go to medical conventions. Confronted by a disease, I am sometimes embarrassed, and I make up an excuse for going into the next room to consult my textbook. But I have a flair for disease. I hunt it down as a dog hunts down game. I smell it. The very first day I saw you in your office at the Palais de Justice, you are going to laugh at me. All right, I shall tell you anyhow. Look out for your gallbladder, and forgive this sudden professional vanity, or rather, plain vanity. Can't I have a little something left? As I used to say when I was a child, all the more so, since we are now coming to Armand, my second wife, whom you saw on the witness stand. She was admirable. Everybody said so, and I speak without the least irony, perhaps rather too much the wife of a La Roche-sur-Yon physician. But one cannot blame her for that. She is the daughter of what we still call at home a landed proprietor, a man who owns a certain number of farms and who lives in the city on his income. I am not sure if he belongs to the real nobility, or if, like most of the country squires of the Vendée, he simply thought fit to add a day to his name. In any case, he calls himself Hilaire de Lanús. Did you think she was beautiful? I have heard it repeated so often that I no longer know what to think, and I am quite ready to believe it. She is tall. She has a good figure. Now, on the stout, rather than the thin side. Mothers at La Roche-sur-Yon are always telling their daughters, "You should learn to walk like Madame Alavoine. She glides. You notice that. She moves, as she smiles, with such ease and naturalness that you think it must be a secret. At the beginning, Mamma used to say, she carries herself like a queen. You saw what a profound impression she made on the court, on the jury, and even on the reporters. While she was on the stand, I saw people looking me over curiously, and it wasn't difficult to guess what they were thinking. How could such a lout have a wife like that? It is the impression we have always given people. She and I should say that it is the impression she has always given me as well, and I have been a long time getting rid of it. Have I really got rid of it? I shall probably come back to this later on. It is very complex, but I think that I have finally come to understand. Do you know La Roche-sur-Yon? If only from having passed through it. It is not a real city, not what in France we call a city. Napoleon created it from scratch for strategic reasons, so it lacks that character which the slow contributions of centuries have given to our other cities. The vestiges of numerous generations. On the other hand, we lack neither space nor sunlight. In fact, there's rather too much of both. It is a dazzling city, with white houses along the too wide boulevards, and right-angled transverse streets eternally swept by breezes as monuments. First of all, there are the barracks, and they are everywhere. Then the equestrian statue of Napoleon in the center of the vast esplanade, where men look like ants. The prefecture, so harmonious in its shady park. That's all, Your Honor. One business street to supply the needs of the peasants who come to town for the monthly fairs. A tiny theater flanked by Doric columns. A post office. A hospital. 30 or so doctors. 3 or 4 lawyers. Notaries. Real estate agents. Dealers in farm machinery and fertilizer, and a dozen insurance salesmen, and 2 cafes, each with its habitués. Opposite the statue of Napoleon, and a few steps away from a Palais de Justice, with its inner courtyard like a cloister. A few bistros, abounding in good smells, on the marketplace, and you've made the rounds of the town. We settled down there in May in a house that was practically new, separated from a quiet street by a lawn and clipped hedges. A locksmith came and fastened a handsome brass plate to the iron gate, bearing my name and the information general practitioner and my office hours. For the first time, we had a formal drawing room. A real drawing room with white wainscoting, more than shoulder high, and decorative panels over the doors. But it was several months before we could afford to furnish it. Also, for the first time, we had an electric buzzer in the dining room to ring for the maid.
and this time we engaged a maid right away, for it would have been improper for my mother to be seen doing the housework. Naturally, she did it anyway, but thanks to the maid, honor was saved. It is curious that I can scarcely recall that first maid. She must have been very nondescript, neither young nor old. My mother affirms that she was devoted to us, and I have no reason for thinking otherwise. I have a vivid recollection of two enormous lilac bushes covered with blossoms on either side of the iron gateway. Here the patients entered, and their footsteps could be heard on the gravel walk, which was indicated by a green arrow and led not to the main entrance of the house, but to the door of my office, equipped with an electric bell. In this way, I was able from my office to count my patients as they arrived, and I must say that for a long time I counted them with a certain anxiety, for I was not at all sure of succeeding in the city. Everything turned out very well. I was satisfied. Of course, our old furniture did not suit the new house, but that gave us, Mama and me, a subject of conversation, and we would spend evening after evening discussing what we would buy as soon as the money began to come in. I knew my colleagues before I came to settle there, but only in the way a little country doctor knows the doctors of the district. We would have to invite them to the house. All my friends said that it was the thing to do. We were both very much frightened, my mother and I, but we nonetheless made up our minds to give a bridge party and to invite at least 30 people. Does it bore you, perhaps, my telling you all these little details? The house was turned topsy-turvy for several days. I took charge of the wines, liqueurs, and cigars. Mama attended to the sandwiches and petit fours. We wondered how many would come, and everybody came. Even one extra person, and that person whom we had never met before, whom we had never heard of before, was Armand. She came with one of my colleagues, a laryngologist, who had taken upon himself the task of keeping her diverted, for she was a widow who had lost her husband about a year before. Most of my friends at La Roche-sur-Yon were doing the same thing, taking her out in turn, trying to cheer her up. Was it really necessary? I have no idea. I don't judge anyone. I shall never judge anyone again. All I knew is that she was dressed in black
with touches of mauve, and that her blonde hair was arranged with exceptional care and formed a heavy and sumptuous mass. She spoke very little, but she made up for it by looking at everything, seeing everything, especially what she should not have seen, and a little smile would play on her lips. As for example, when Mamma served tiny little sausages, the caterer had assured her that it was the latest fashion with our heavy silver forks. Instead of sticking them on toothpicks, it was because of her presence, because of that vague smile which kept playing over her face, that I suddenly became conscious of the emptiness of our house. Our few sticks of furniture, indiscriminately scattered about, now appeared to me absurd, and our voices seemed to reverberate against the walls as in an empty house. Those walls were almost bare. We had never owned any pictures. We had never thought of buying any. At Burneuf, our house was decorated with photographic enlargements and calendars. At Ormois, I had framed some of the reproductions published in the art reviews, which pharmaceutical companies get out especially for the medical profession. There were a few of them still hanging on our walls, and it was during this first reception of ours that it occurred to me that my guests, since practically all of them received the same reviews, would recognize them. It was Armand's smile that opened my eyes, and yet that smile was imbued with the utmost goodwill. Or should I say, with an ironic condescension? I have always had a horror of irony, and I don't understand it. In any case, I felt extremely uncomfortable. I did not wish to play bridge, for at that time I was not even a middling good player. Of course you must, she said. I insist. I want you to be my partner. You'll see, it will go very well. Mamma bustled about in agony at the thought of a possible faux pas, at the thought that she might shame me. She apologized for everything. She apologized too much, with a humility that was embarrassing. It was obvious that she wasn't used to this sort of thing. In my whole life, I have never played as badly as I did that night. The cards swam before my eyes. I forgot the bids. When it was my lead, I would hesitate, look at my partner, and her smile of encouragement would make me blush all the more. Take your time, she would say. Don't let these gentlemen fluster you. There was the matter of the smoked salmon sandwiches, which were much too salty, as we had not tasted them, my mother and I, We fortunately knew nothing about it that evening, but the next day my mother picked up I don't know how many of these sandwiches, which had been surreptitiously dropped behind the furniture and curtains. For several days I kept wondering if Armand had tasted them. I was not in love with her. I never dreamed such a thing possible. The recollection of her simply exasperated me, and I was angry with her for having made me conscious of my clumsiness, if not a lack of breeding, and especially for having done it with that cordial air of hers. It was the next day at the cafe, where I was in the habit of going almost every evening for an aperitif before dinner, that I found out a few details about her life. Hilaire de Lanús had 4 or 5 children. I don't remember just how many. All of them were married by the time Armand was 20. She had taken successive courses in singing, dramatic art, music, and dancing. As often happens with the youngest child, a family nucleus no longer existed when she really began to take her place in life, and she found herself as free in her father's big house, Place Boieldieu, as in a boarding house. She had married a musician of Russian origin who had taken her to Paris, where she lived with him for 6 or 7 years. I know him from his photographs. He was young, with an extraordinarily long, narrow face, nostalgic and infinitely sad. He was tubercular. In order to take him to Switzerland, Armand had claimed her portion of her mother's estate, and they lived on this money for another 3 years, alone in a chalet in the high mountains. He died there, but it wasn't until several months later that she came back to take her place in her father's house. I didn't see her again for a week, and if she was often in my thoughts, it was only because her memory was linked to that of our first party, and because in this recollection I looked for the criticism of our behavior, that of my mother and myself. One late afternoon, when I was having an apéritif at the Café de l'Europe, I saw her through the curtains, walking along the pavement. She was alone. She walked without seeing anyone. She was wearing a black tailored suit, cut with an elegance and a simplicity not often seen in small provincial towns. I was not in the least moved. I simply remembered the sandwiches dropped behind the furniture, and the thought was extremely disagreeable. A few days later, at another bridge party given by another doctor, I found myself at the same table with her. I am not familiar with Paris customs, but at home, each person belonging to the same milieu, gives at least one bridge party a year, which in the end brings us together 2 or 3 times a week at one house or another. How are your little girls? I hear you have 2 adorable little girls. Someone had been telling her about me. I was embarrassed. I wondered what they could have said. She was no longer a girl. She was 30. She had been married. She knew from experience much more of the world than I, who was a trifle older, and this was perfectly apparent in her slightest remark, in her attitudes, in her way of looking at me. I had the impression that she was, in a way, taking me under her wing, and she did, indeed, take my part in the bridge game that evening over the question of a finesse I had ventured at random. One of the players was discussing it. "Admit," he said, "that you were lucky. You had forgotten that the 10 of spades had been played." "Not at all." "Grandjean," she declared with her usual serenity. The doctor knew it very well. The proof is that in the previous trick he discarded a heart, which he would never have done otherwise. It wasn't true. She knew that I knew it, and I knew that she knew. Do you understand what that meant? A short time after this, when we had met not more than 4 times in all, my elder daughter, Anne Marie, went down with diphtheria. My daughters, like most doctors' children, acquired during their childhood every one of the infectious diseases. I was unwilling to send her to the city hospital, which at that time I did not consider up to standard. There was not a bed available in any of the private hospitals. I decided to quarantine Anne Marie at home, and as I did not want to take the responsibility myself, I called in my friend the laryngologist. Dambois. That's his name. With what passionate interest he must have read all the newspaper accounts of my trial. He is very tall and thin, with an excessively long neck, a prominent Adam's apple, and the eyes of a clown. "What we'll have to find first of all," he said, "is a nurse. I'll do some telephoning in a minute, but I very much doubt if I'll succeed. There was an epidemic of diphtheria throughout the department and it was not even easy to get serum. In any case, it is out of the question for your mother to continue to nurse our little patient and to take care of your younger daughter at the same time. I don't know just what I'm going to do, but I'll take care of it. Don't you worry, old man. I was in a state of collapse. I was frightened. I didn't know what I was doing. To tell the truth, I left everything to Dambois. I had no will of my own left. Hello, is that you, à la one? This is Dambois? It was hardly half an hour since he had left the house. At last, I've found a solution, as I thought. Not a nurse to be had. Not even at Nantes, where the epidemic is even worse than here. Armand, who overheard me telephoning, has offered of her own accord to nurse your daughter. She is used to sickness. She is intelligent. She has the necessary patience. She will be at your house in an hour or two. Just set up a camp bed for her in our little patient's room. Not at all. Old man, it's no trouble to her at all. Quite the contrary. Between ourselves, I confess I'm delighted. It will be something to occupy her mind. You don't know her. People imagine, because she is always smiling, that she got over it. My wife and I, who see her every day, who know her intimately, we realize that she is completely demoralized, and I tell you this confidentially. For a long time, we thought it would finish badly, so no scruples. If you really want to put her at her ease, you will treat her like an ordinary nurse. Pay no attention to her, and show her that you have confidence in her as far as the patient is concerned. I'll hang up, old man, because she's downstairs now, waiting for your answer before going home to pack her bag. She'll be at your house in an hour or two. She likes you very much, but it's true. Only she doesn't show her feelings readily. We'll have the serum tomorrow evening. Go back to your patients and leave the rest to us. That, your honor, is how Armand entered our house, a little traveling bag in her hand. The first thing she did was to put on a white hospital coat and tie a kerchief over her fair hair. And now, Madame Alavoine, she said to Mamma, under no consideration must you enter the sick room. You know it is a question of the health of your other little girl. I have brought an electric stove with me and everything I shall need. You don't have to bother about a thing. A few moments later, found Mama in tears in the hall outside the kitchen. She didn't want to cry in front of the maid, nor in front of me. What's the matter? Nothing, she replied, blowing her nose. Anne-Marie will be well taken care of. Yes. D'Amboise assures me that she is in no danger, and he wouldn't say so if he had the slightest doubt. I know. Then why are you crying? I am not crying. Poor Mamma. She knew very well that what had entered our house was a will stronger than her own, to which she would have to yield. Another thing, Your Honor, you are going to say that I accumulate the most ridiculous details. But do you know what, in my opinion, was the most painful thing of all for my mother? The electric stove which the other woman had had the foresight to bring with her. The other woman had thought of everything. You understand? She needed no one. She refused to need anyone. Chapter 4. It happened the second night. She probably knocked on my door, but did not wait for an answer. Without turning on the electric switch, and, as though familiar with the room, she came over and lighted the lamp by my. I was vaguely conscious of someone touching my shoulder. I sleep heavily. My hair at nights gets plastered down over my skull, makes my face look even broader than usual. I am always too hot, and my face must have been shiny. When I opened my eyes, she was seated on the edge of my bed in her white hospital coat, her kerchief on her head, and calm and serene, began by saying, "Don't be frightened, Charles. I simply wanted to talk to you." There were little mouse-like noises in the house, my mother probably, for she hardly slept at all and must have been on the alert. That was the first time Armand ever called me Charles. It is true. She had lived where a certain familiarity comes naturally. Anne-Marie is not worse, so don't worry. She had no dress on under her hospital coat, only her lingerie, so that in places the material seemed molded to her flesh. Henri is certainly an excellent physician, she went on, and I should not like to hurt his feelings. I talked to him seriously a little while ago, but he does not seem to understand. You see, in medicine, he is inclined to be overcautious. And in this case, you being a colleague, he feels his responsibility all the more. I would have given a good deal to run a comb through my hair and rinse my mouth. I was obliged to keep under the covers on account of my wrinkled pajamas. She thought of handing me a glass of water and proposed a cigarette. She lighted one too. In Switzerland, I happened to nurse a case similar to Anne Marie's, the daughter of one of my neighbors. That will explain why I know something about it. Besides, we had many friends who were doctors, and we used to spend night after night discussing medical questions. My mother must have been frightened. I saw her standing there framed in the open doorway, gray all over, lighter than the darkness of the hall beyond. She was wearing a wrapper, and her hair was done up in curlers. Don't be uneasy, Madame Malavwan. I simply wanted to consult your son as to how the treatment should be applied. Mama looked at our 2 cigarettes with their smoke mingling in a luminous halo around the bedside lamp. I am sure this is what struck her most forcibly. We were smoking cigarettes together at 3 o'clock in the morning on my bed. I didn't know. Excuse me. I heard a noise and I came to see. She disappeared, and Armand continued as if we had never been interrupted. Well, Henri gave her 20,000 units of serum. I did not like to interfere. But you saw what the temperature was this evening. Let's go down to my office, I said. She turned her back while I put on my dressing gown. Once I was on more solid ground. I filled my pipe, which restored a little of my self-assurance. What was it tonight? 104. That is why I woke you. Most professors I've known have very different ideas about serum from Henri's. One of them used to tell us over and over again, strike hard, or don't strike at all, a massive dose, or nothing. For 3 years, at Nantes, I had heard my old master Chevalier, in his ringing voice, say the same thing, only he, with his legendary brutality, would add, if the patient croaks, that's his fault. I noticed that 2 or 3 of my books on therapeutics were missing from the shelves, and I knew that Armand must have come down and taken them. For 10 minutes, she talked about diphtheria in a way I should have been incapable of doing myself. You can, of course, telephone Dr. Dambois. But I wonder if it wouldn't be simpler and less galling for him if you simply took it upon yourself to give her another injection.
This was an extremely grave problem. There was my daughter to be considered. On the other hand, it was a question of a colleague, of a heavy professional responsibility, of what must really be termed an indelicacy, to say the least. Come and take a look. My daughter's room was already her domain, organized to suit herself. Why did one feel it the moment one entered? And why, in spite of the scent of illness and medicines? Was it her scent that struck me, although the cot was still undisturbed? Read this passage. You will see that almost all the great specialists are of the same opinion. That night, Your Honor, I wonder if I wasn't criminal at heart. I yielded. I did what she had decided I should do. Not because I believed it was the right thing to do, not because of my master chevalier's opinions on the subject of serums, or because of the texts I was given to read. I yielded because she willed me to. I was fully aware of it. My daughter's life was at stake. If only from the strict point of view of ethics, I was committing a grave dereliction. I did it, and I knew I was doing wrong. I knew it so well that I trembled at the thought of seeing the phantom-like figure of my mother reappear. 10,000 units more. She helped me give the hypodermic. Actually, she left me nothing but the final gesture to accomplish. During the operation, her hair brushed against my cheek. It did not affect me. I did not desire her, and I think I already felt certain that I would never desire her. Now go back to bed. You begin seeing your patients at 8 o'clock. I slept badly. In my semi-consciousness, I had the sensation of something inescapable. Don't think I am inventing in retrospect. Besides, I was pleased, in a way, in spite of my distress and uneasiness. I told myself, it has nothing to do with me. It's her doing. Finally, I fell asleep. When I came downstairs next morning, I found Armand in the garden, where she had gone for a breath of fresh air, and she was now wearing a dress under her white coat. 102 1/10, she cried joyously. She perspired so much early this morning that twice I had to change her sheets. Neither of us said anything to D'Amboise. Armand did not find it difficult to keep silent, but I had to bite my tongue every time I saw him. I was about to write, Your Honor, that what I have just told you is the entire story of our marriage. She entered our house without my asking, without my wanting her to.
It was she who on the second day made or forced me to make capital decisions. After she came, Mama was transformed into a gray, frightened little mouse who glided past the doors, and she resumed her old habit of apologizing for everything and nothing. And yet, at the beginning, Armand had Mama on her side. From having seen her on the witness stand, you only saw the woman of 40. 10 years ago, she possessed the same self-assurance, the same innate faculty for dominating and orchestrating, as I call it, everything around her without seeming to, with, at that time, something a little more resilient about her than today, not only physically, but morally. It was to her the maid went for orders as a matter of course, reiterating a dozen times a day, Madame Armand said that. It was Madame Armand who ordered it. Later on, I began to wonder if she didn't have an ulterior motive in insinuating herself into our house with the excuse of nursing Anne Marie. It's stupid, I admit. Over and over again, I have reviewed these questions with myself. True, from the purely material point of view. She had spent her mother's inheritance nursing her first husband, and she was now entirely dependent on her father. But the latter enjoyed a very handsome fortune which, at his death, even after being divided among 5 children, would represent an appreciable amount for each of them. I also told myself that the old man was erratic and an autocrat, that people called him original, which, with us, means all sorts of things. She would certainly have wasted her time trying to exercise her power over him, and I am convinced that in the house on the Place Boieldieu, she was obliged to play second fiddle. Is that the key to the problem? I was not wealthy. My profession, as exercised by a man conscious of his limitations like myself, is not one which allows him to pile up a fortune or to live luxuriously. I am not handsome, Your Honor. I went so far as to envisage more audacious hypotheses. My big peasant body, my big face glowing with health, even my ungainliness. Of course, you know that certain women, especially among the more emancipated, but it wasn't that either, I know it now. Armand is normally sexed, or rather, below normal. There remains only one explanation. She was living at her father's as she would have lived at a hotel. It was no longer her home. She entered our house by chance, by accident. And yet, let me explain. I want to get to the bottom of this question, even if it makes you shrug your shoulders. I have told you about her first visit on the occasion of our first bridge party. I have told you that she saw everything, that she looked at everything with a little smile on her lips. One tiny incident recurs to me. My mother, showing her the empty drawing room, said, "We will probably buy the drawing room set which was shown last week in Durandville's window," because I had vaguely mentioned it. A drawing room set done in imitation Beauvais. Chairs and settees with gilded legs. And although we barely knew her, although she had only just entered our house, I saw her nostrils quiver ever so slightly. I am sorry if I am idiotic, Your Honor, but I tell you this. At that moment, Armand knew very well that we would never buy that drawing room set at Durandville's. I don't pretend there was any conspiracy. I don't affirm that she knew that she would marry me. I say no, and I insist upon that word. Like all peasants, used to animals. We have had dogs and cats so intimately mingled with it that when my mother wants to place some recollection, she says, for example, it was the year we lost our poor Brutus, or else it was the time the black cat had kittens under the wardrobe. And it often happens in the country that an animal starts following you, follows you, and no one else, goes into the house with you, and then deliberately and with almost absolute assurance decides that this house shall henceforth be his. In this way, for 3 years at Bourneuf, we kept an old, yellow, half-blind cur, and my father's dogs were forced to put up with him. He was filthy besides, and I have often heard my father say, it would be better to put a bullet through his head. He never did. The animal, whom he had named Jaundice, died peacefully of old age, or rather, horribly, since it took him 3 days to die, during which time my mother never stopped applying hot compresses to his belly. I too, later on, sometimes thought it would be better to put a bullet through her head, and I never did. It was someone else. What I'm trying to make you understand, Your Honor, is that she came into our house in the most natural way in the world, and that also in the most natural way in the world she remained. When it comes to fatalities like this, to inescapable things, it seems as if everyone were in a hurry to be fate's accomplice and went out of the way to humor her. From the very first days, my friends fell into the habit of asking me, "How is Armand?" And it seemed to them perfectly normal for her to be living in my house, and for them to be coming to me to inquire about her. After 2 weeks, during which the disease ran its natural course, people would say, with the same artlessness which nevertheless implied so much, "She is an amazing woman," as though, you understand, they considered that she belonged to me already. Even my mother, I've talked to you enough about Mama for you to know her by this time. To get her son married, that was all very well, since I had not chosen to be a priest, but on the express condition that the house should remain hers, and that she should continue to run it as she saw fit. Well, Your Honor, believe it or not, my mother was the first to say, while after all Armand was in our house only in the capacity of a volunteer nurse. One evening when I expressed surprise at the peas being cooked in a way they had never been before, I asked Armand how she liked them. "This is the recipe she gave me. Don't you like them?" Armand called me Charles right away, and it was she who asked me to call her by her first name. She was not coquettish. I never saw her, even after we were married, dressed in any but a rather strict way. And I remember a remark I heard about her: "Madame Alavoine is a statue. If a statue could walk, oh." Even after Anne-Marie was well again, she continued to come to the house almost every day. As Mama had very little time to go out with the children, she would call for them and take them for a walk in the gardens of the prefecture. My mother used to say to me, "She is very fond of your daughters." One of my patients made a faux pas. I just ran into your wife and your little girls at the corner of the Rue de la République, and Anne-Marie, when we were all together at table one day, said very gravely, "But, Mamma, Armand said so." By the time we were married 6 months later, she had already been reigning over the house and the family for a very long time,
and it would not have been surprising if the townspeople, in speaking of me, had said, not, that is Dr. Allavoine, but that is Madame Armand's future husband. Have I the right to claim that I did not want to marry her? I acquiesced. First of all, there were my 2 daughters. They will be so happy to have a mother. Mama was beginning to get old and, refusing to admit it, bustled about from morning to night, wearing herself out at her task. But no, let's be absolutely sincere. If not, Your Honor, what's the use of writing to you at all? I can sum up in 2 words my state of mind at the time. First, cowardice. Second, vanity. Cowardice because I did not have the courage to say no. Everybody was against me. Everybody, by a kind of tacit agreement, encouraged the marriage. But for this woman, who was so amazing, I felt not the least sexual desire. I had felt no particular desire for Jean, my first wife, either. But at that time I was young. I married for the sake of being married. In marrying her, I did not know that she would leave a large part of me unsatisfied, and that all my life I should be tormented by the desire to be unfaithful to her with Armand. I knew it. I am going to confess something absurd. Suppose that conventions and worldly wisdom did not exist. I would much rather have married Laurette than the daughter of Hilaire de Lannoy. What's more, I should have preferred our little servant girl Lucille, with whom I sometimes had intercourse, without even giving her time to put down the shoe she happened to be polishing, and which she had to keep in her hand, very comically, the whole time. Only I was just beginning to practice in the city. I was living in a handsome house. Just the sound of footsteps on the fine gravel of the paths was for me a sign of luxury, and I had finally made myself a present of something I had been coveting, a revolving sprinkler for watering the lawn. I was not speaking lightly, Your Honor, when I told you that one generation, more or less, could be of capital importance. Armand was, I don't know how many generations ahead of me. Her ancestors, we have any number of families like hers in the Vendée, most probably made their fortune buying confiscated property at the time of the Revolution, and afterwards ennobled themselves with a D. I am making every effort. You can see that.
to get as close to the truth as possible. God knows, at the point I have reached, a little more or a little less doesn't matter. I believe that I am as frank as a man can be, and I am as lucid as one becomes only after one has crossed to the other side. But that doesn't prevent my being conscious of my impotence. Everything that I have just told you is true and is false. And yet, night after night, stretched out beside Armand in the same bed, I have asked myself the question. I have asked myself why she was there. And now, Your Honor, I ask myself, and this is more serious, if, after having read me, you will not eventually ask yourself the same question, not with regard to my own affairs, but with regard to yours. I married her, all right, the same night she slept in my bed, the same night I made love with her, very badly for her and for me. I was embarrassed because I was sweating. I sweat very easily, and because I felt clumsy and inexperienced. Do you know what was the most difficult thing of all? To kiss her on the mouth. Because of that smile, for night and day, she keeps an identical smile, which is her natural expression. Well, it isn't easy to kiss a smile like that. After 10 years, I had the impression, whenever I climbed her, as my father would have said, that she was laughing at me. What haven't I thought on the subject of Armand? You don't know our house. Everybody will tell you that it has become one of the most agreeable houses in La Roche-sur-Yon. Even our old furniture, the few pieces that are left, have taken on such a different aspect that my mother and I hardly recognize them. Well, for me, it has always been her house. The food is excellent, but it is her food. And my friends, after a year, I no longer looked upon them as my friends but hers. And as a matter of fact, they all took her part later on when things happened, all of them, including the ones I thought my best friends, those I had known as a student, those I had known as a boy. You're lucky to have found such a wife. Yes, Your Honor, yes, gentlemen, I realize it with due humility, and it is because I realized it day after day for 10 years that Forgive me, I'm off the track again. But I have such a strong feeling that it would take a very little effort to get to the bottom of things, once and for all. In medicine, diagnosis is the thing that counts. Once the malady has been tracked down, it is only a question of routine or the knife. And what I am furiously attempting is a diagnosis. I never loved Jean, and I never asked myself if I loved her. I never loved any of the girls I happened to sleep with. I never felt the need, nor the desire. More than that, the word love, except in the trivial locution to make love, seemed to me a word that a kind of modesty keeps one from pronouncing. Do people talk about love in the country? At home they say, I went bulling down in the hollow road with the so-and-so girl. My father really loved my mother, and yet I am sure he never mentioned love. As for Mamma, I cannot imagine her pronouncing the sentimental phrases one hears in films or reads in novels. To Armand, I never spoke of love either. One evening, when she was dining at the house with my mother and me, we were discussing the color of the curtains we were going to buy for the dining room. She favored red, a very bright red, which terrified Mamma. You must excuse me, she said, with that smile of hers. I am giving my opinion just as if I were at home. And I heard myself reply without premeditation, without thinking, as though uttering a banal politeness. It only depends on you for it to be so in reality. That is how I proposed to her. You're joking, Charles. My poor mamma seconded me. Charles never jokes. You really want me to become Madame à la Voine? In any case, still my mother at the helm. The children will certainly be happy. Who knows? Aren't you afraid I'll upset your household too much? If Mamma had only known. Don't misunderstand me. Armand has always been very sweet to her. She has behaved exactly like a doctor's wife, concerned about the comfort, the peace of mind, and the good name of her husband. Always, without exception, and with an innate tact. You must have noticed it yourself in court. She does the right thing. Wasn't it her first duty to polish my rough edges? Since she was more civilized than I, and since I, fresh from the country, was trying to make good in the city, shouldn't she refine my tastes as much as possible? Create for my daughters a more delicate atmosphere than the one my mother and I were used to, all of which she accomplished with a dexterity peculiar to her and with exquisite tact. Oh, that word, she is exquisite. For 10 years I have had it dinned into my ears in every key. You have an exquisite wife. And I would come home with an uneasy feeling and such a sensation of my inferiority that I felt like going to eat in the kitchen with the maid. As for Mamma, Your Honor, she was made to dress in black or gray silk, made to dress in a dignified and becoming manner. She was made to arrange her hair differently. Before that, her bun was always straggling down the nape of her neck, and she was made to sit in the drawing room in front of a charming little work table with her sewing. She was forbidden, for the sake of her health, to come downstairs before 9 o'clock, and her breakfast was brought to her in bed. Mamma, who at home used to feed the animals, the cows, the chickens, and the pigs before sitting down to eat herself. On her birthday and holidays, she was presented with tasteful gifts, including old lady jewelry. Don't you think, Charles, that Mamma seems a little tired this summer? She was urged, but this time in vain, to go to Evian to take the cure for her liver, with which she had had some difficulties, and all that, Your Honor, is perfect. Everything Armand has done, everything she does, everything she will ever do is perfect. Do you realize how discouraging that could be? On the witness stand, she appeared neither as a heartbroken nor as an irate wife. She did not wear black. She did not call upon society to punish me, nor did she make an appeal for pity. She was simple and calm. She was herself serene. It was entirely her idea to engage the services of Maître Gabriel, the most famous leader of the Paris bar, also the most expensive advocate, her idea also. Since I belonged in a way to La Roche-sur-Yon, that it would be a dignified thing to have the Vendée represented by its best lawyer. She answered all the questions with a naturalness that caused general admiration, and several times I really thought that the courtroom was going to burst into applause. Do you remember the way she said, when my crime was mentioned, "I have nothing to say concerning this woman. I received her 2 or 3 times at the house, but I hardly knew her." Without hate, as the newspapers were careful to emphasize, almost without bitterness. And with what dignity! That's it, Your Honor. I think I have just found the right word, unwittingly. Armand has dignity. She is dignity itself. And now, try to imagine yourself for 10 years in daily tete-a-tetes with dignity. Try to picture yourself in the same bed with dignity. I shouldn't say that. It is false, utterly false. I know it, but I have only just discovered it. I had to make the great leap first, yet I really must explain. Try to make you understand my former state of mind during the years of my married life. Have you ever dreamed that you had married your schoolmistress? Well, Your Honor, that is what happened to me. For 10 years, my mother and I, both of us, lived at school, waiting to be given a good mark, in fear of receiving a bad one, and my mother is still there. Suppose you are walking along a calm street in a provincial town on a hot August afternoon. The street is divided in two by the line separating the shady side from the sunny side. You walk along the pavement flooded with sunlight, and your shadow walks along with you, almost at your side. You can see it broken in two by the angle formed by the white-walled houses and the pavement. Go on. Supposing. Do make the effort. All at once, this shadow accompanying you disappears. It doesn't change its position. It doesn't pass behind you because you have changed your direction. I mean, it just disappears. And suddenly, there you are in the street without a shadow. You turn round and you can't find it. You look down at your feet, and your feet emerge from a pool of sunlight. The houses on the other side of the street still hold their cool shadows, chatting peacefully. Two men pass by, and their shadows precede them, moving in the same cadence, making the same gestures. There is a dog by the curb. He, too, has his shadow. You begin to feel yourself all over. Your body has the same consistency as on any other day. You take a few quick steps and you stop short, hoping to find your shadow again. You run. Still, it is not there. You turn on your heel and look down. There is no dark spot on the bright stones of the pavement. The world is full of reassuring shadows. The shadow of the church on the square alone covers a vast area where a few old men sit enjoying the cool shade. You are not dreaming. You have no shadow, and, seized with anguish, you stop a passer-by. I beg your pardon. He stops. He looks at you. You do exist then, even if you have lost your shadow. He waits to know what you want of him. This is the marketplace, isn't it? And he thinks you must be crazy, or else a stranger. Can you imagine the anguish of wandering alone without a shadow in a world where everybody else has one? I don't know whether I dreamed this or whether I read it somewhere. When I first began to talk to you about it, I thought I was inventing a comparison. Then it seemed to me that this anguish of the man without a shadow was somehow familiar, that I had lived it before, that it was bringing back confused memories. And so I believe it may be a forgotten dream. For years, I don't know just how many 5 or 6 I went about the city like everybody else. Had anyone asked me if I were happy, I would have absent-mindedly answered yes. You see that all I have told you before is not really so exact. My house was being organized, became little by little more comfortable and more attractive. My girls were growing up. The elder made her first communion. My clientele increased, not a wealthy clientele, but the common people. That doesn't bring in as much per visit. But the common people pay cash after coming into your office with your fee in their hand. I learned to play bridge correctly, and that occupied me for several months. We bought a car, and that took up some more time. I started playing tennis again, because Armand played tennis, which accounted for a considerable number of late afternoons. All this joined together these little initiations, these hopes for further improvement, this looking forward to trivial pleasures, to minor joys, and banal satisfactions ended by filling up 5 or 6 years of my life. Next summer, we'll go to the seashore for our vacation. Another year, there were the winter sports. Another year, something else. As for this business of the shadow, it did not happen all at once, as in the case of my man on the street, but I couldn't find any better image. I can't even place the thing within a year or so. My disposition apparently did not change. I did not lose my appetite, and I had the same inclination for work. There just came a moment when I began to look around me with different eyes, and I saw a city that looked strange to me. A pretty city, very neat, very luminous, very clean, a city in which everybody greeted me affably. Why did I have that sensation of emptiness then? I began looking at my house too, and I asked myself why it was my house, what connection there was between these rooms, this garden, this wrought iron gate adorned with a brass plate bearing my name, and me. I looked at Armand, and I had to keep telling myself that she was my wife. And these little girls who called me Papa. I repeat, it didn't happen all at once, for, in that case, I would have been very much worried about myself and would have consulted one of my colleagues. What was I doing in a peaceful little town, in a charming, comfortable house, among people who smiled at me and cordially shook my hand, and who had fixed the order of my days, which I followed as scrupulously as if my life depended on it? What am I saying? As if from the beginning of time it had been decided by the Creator that this order should inexorably be mine. We entertained frequently, twice or three times a week, good friends who had their day, their habits, their little foibles, their armchair, and I watched them with a certain terror, saying, "What have I to do with them?" It was as if my sight had grown too keen, as if, for example, it had suddenly become sensitive to ultraviolet rays, and I was the only one to see the world in this way, the only one to be troubled in a universe that had no idea of what was happening to me. In fact, for years and years, I lived without being conscious of all this. I had scrupulously done the best I could, everything I had been told to do, without trying to know the reason, without trying to understand. A man must have a profession, and Mama had made a doctor of me. He must have children, and I had children. He must have a house, a wife, and I had all these. He must have distractions, and I drove a car, played bridge and tennis. He must have vacations, and I took my family to the seashore. My family, I would look at them around the dining room table, and it was as if I didn't recognize them. I would look at my daughters. Everybody said they resembled me. In what way? Why? And what was this woman doing in my house, in my bed, and these people sitting patiently in my waiting room, whom I called into my office one by one? Why I continued to go through the same daily motions. I was not unhappy. You mustn't think that. But I had the impression of running around in circles. Then, little by little, a vague longing took possession of me. So vague that I hardly know how to speak of it. I lacked something, and I didn't know what. Often my mother, between meals, will say, "I think maybe I'm a little bit hungry." She isn't sure. Just a diffused uneasiness, which she quickly satisfies by eating a piece of bread and butter or some cheese. I too was hungry. Undoubtedly. But for what? It came so insensibly, this uneasiness, that it is impossible, I repeat, to date the beginning of it within a year or two. I paid no attention to it. We have been so conditioned to think that what exists, exists, that the world is really as we see it, that we must do this or that and never act otherwise. I shrugged my shoulders. Bah! A slight depression. Was it? Perhaps because of Armand, who did not give me enough rain. That is what I decided one day. And thenceforth, it was Armand and Armand alone who for me epitomized the over-calm city, the over-harmonious house, the family, work, all that was too monotonous in my daily existence. She is the one who wants to keep it like this. She who keeps me from being free, from living the life of a real man. I watched her. I spied on her. Every word of hers, every gesture, confirmed me in my idea. She's the one who insisted on having the house as it is, on organizing our life in a certain way, on my living as she sees fit. And that, Your Honor, is what I have understood recently. Armand, little by little, without knowing it herself, took on for me the character of destiny, and in revolt against that destiny, I revolted against her. She's so jealous, she won't allow me one moment of liberty. Was it jealousy, I sometimes wonder? Perhaps simply because she believed that a wife's place was by her husband's side. About this time, I went to Caen, for my aunt had just died. I went alone. I can't remember what kept Armand at home. Probably the illness of one of the children, for one or the other of them was almost always ill. Passing by the little street, I remembered the girl with the red hat, and the blood rushed to my head. I thought I understood what it was I needed. That evening,
in my morning clothes. I went to the brasserie Chandivert, which I found almost unchanged, except for a few additional lights. It seems to me that the place is more spacious now, and that they have still further enlarged it at the back. I was seeking. I wanted the same adventure. With a sort of anguish, I looked round at all the women sitting alone. Not one of them resembled even vaguely the girl of the past. What of it?
I felt the need of deceiving Armand, of deceiving my destiny as sordidly as possible, and I chose a big blonde with a vulgar smile and a gold tooth in the front of her mouth. "You're a stranger here, aren't you?" She did not take me home with her, but to a little hotel behind the church of St. John. Her gestures in getting undressed were so professional that it sickened me, and at a certain moment I was on the point of leaving. "How much will you pay me?" And then suddenly it took possession of me. It was like a need for vengeance. I can't think of any other word. Surprised, she kept repeating, showing her gold tooth. "Well, I'll be damned. That, Your Honor, is the first time I was unfaithful to Armand." I put into it as much fury as if I had been trying at any cost to find my shadow. Chapter 5. The clock outside the station. A great reddish moon suspended in darkness showed 6 minutes to 7. Just as I opened the door of my taxi, the big hand advanced 1 minute, and I remember clearly its jerky movement and how it went on quivering as though, having started too impetuously, it could with difficulty contain itself. A train whistled mine, probably. I was encumbered with a lot of little packages which were threatening to come undone. The taxi driver could not change the note I handed him. It was pouring, and, with my feet in a puddle of water, I had to unbutton my overcoat and my jacket and search through my pockets for small change. Another taxi drew up in front of mine. A young woman got out, looked round in vain for a porter. There is never one to be had when it is raining, and finally, carrying her 2 heavy-looking suitcases herself, made a dash for the station. We were to meet again a few moments later, one behind the other, in front of the ticket window. La Roche-sur-Yon, second class, single, taller than she. I could see, by looking over her shoulder, the inside of her handbag lined with moire silk, a handkerchief, a compact, a cigarette lighter, letters, and keys. I had only to repeat what she had just said. La Roche-sur-Yon, second class, single. I gathered up all my little packages. I ran. A station attendant opened a glass door, and when I reached the platform, the train was just pulling out. With my ridiculous cargo, it was impossible for me to jump onto the step of the moving train. One of my friends, Deltour, the garage owner, standing in the doorway of one of the compartments, waved to me. It is unbelievable how long it takes a train you have just missed to leave. The cars seemed to continue to move interminably along the platform. As I turned, I noticed, standing close beside me, the young woman of the 2 suitcases. "We've missed it," she said. "In fact, Your Honor, those were the very first words Martine said to me. They strike me for the first time as I write them. We've missed it. Don't you find that extraordinary?" I wasn't too sure that she was addressing me. She did not seem too much put out. "Do you know what time there's another train?" "At 10:12. And I looked at my watch, which was idiotic since there was an enormous luminous clock facing the platform. "Well, the only thing to do in the meantime is to put our baggage in the cloakroom," she said. And again, I couldn't be sure whether she was talking to herself or trying to start a conversation. Although the platform was covered, large drops were leaking through the glass roof onto the rails. A station is like a tunnel, except that contrary to tunnels, the interior is light and the darkness at both ends, with a chill wind blowing towards you. Mechanically, I followed her. She had not actually suggested it. Being sufficiently loaded down myself, I could not help her with her bags, and it was I who had to stop twice to pick up the packages I appeared to be juggling. Alone, I would not have thought of the cloakroom. It never occurs to me. Am more inclined to pile up my things beside me in some familiar cafe or restaurant. I should undoubtedly have had dinner at the buffet in the station and read the papers in my corner until time for the next train. You live at La Roche-sur-Yon. I said yes. Do you know Bouquet of the galleries? Yes, he is the proprietor of a department store. I know him. She opened her bag again, took out a cigarette, and lighted it. I was struck by the way she held her cigarette. I can't tell you why. She had a way all her own of holding a cigarette. She gave a little shiver. It was December. Your Honor, a little less than a year ago, 1 week before Christmas, which explains all my little packages. I had gone to Nantes with one of my patients who required an emergency operation. I had made the trip in the ambulance, and that is why I was without my car. Gaillard, the surgeon, had taken me home with him when we left the hospital and given me some raspberry brandy which had been sent to him from Alsace by one of his former patients. You are dining with us this evening. But of course you are. My wife is out, and if she comes home and doesn't find you here, she will be furious with me for having let you go. I explained that I absolutely had to catch the 6:50 train, that I had 2 patients coming the same evening, and that Armand had given me a whole list of things to buy. That was fatal. I spent 2 good hours running round the shops. I lost. I don't know how much time matching buttons. She could probably have found just as well at La Roche. I bought a few toys and other little things for the children. It had been raining all day, and each time I went from one shop to another, I would pass through a curtain of driving rain. Now, I found myself in the station beside a young woman I didn't know, and whom I had barely even looked at. We were the only persons at the baggage counter in the middle of a vast, empty space. The attendant thought we were together. If it hadn't been for that enveloping space, which gave us a false air of solidarity, I should probably have walked away with as much nonchalance as I could muster. I didn't quite dare. I noticed that she was cold, that she was wearing a dark tailored suit, very chic, but much too light for the season. She had on a curious little hat, a sort of flower made of satin, which she wore over one eye. She looked pale under her makeup. She shivered again and said, "I'm going to get something to drink to warm me up. At the buffet, no, you can't get anything decent at a buffet. I think I saw an American bar not far from here. You don't know Nantes? I arrived this morning. Are you going to stay long at La Roche? Perhaps for years, perhaps forever. That will depend on your friend M. Bouquet." We were walking towards one of the doors, which I now held open for her. "If you will allow me,"
She did not bother to reply. Quite naturally, we crossed the square together in the downpour, avoiding cars, hunching our shoulders, hastening our steps. Wait a minute, I arrived from this direction, didn't I? Then it's on the left, near the corner of a street. There's a big sign in green lights. I could have gone back to the Gaillards for dinner, or to a dozen other friends who complained every time I came through Nantes without stopping to see them. I was not familiar with the bar she took me to, which was new, a narrow room, dimly lighted, with dark woodwork and high stools in front of the bar. It was the kind of place which did not yet exist in the provinces when I was a student, and I have never quite got used to them. Barman, a martini, please. I'd much rather not talk about her as I saw her that evening, Your Honor. But then you wouldn't understand, and my letter would be useless. It is difficult, I assure you, especially now. Isn't it true, Martine, that it is difficult? Because, you see, she was such a banal little thing. She was already perched on one of the stools, and one felt that she was at home there, that it was an old habit, that together with the more or less luxurious setting it formed a part of her conception of life. The cigarette, too. She had hardly finished the first one when she lighted another, once more staining it with her lipstick, and turned to the barman, half closing her eyes because of the smoke. I have always hated women who made faces when they smoked. Not too much gin for me. She asked for olives. She munched a clove. She had hardly closed her bag when she opened it again to take out her compact and lipstick. I was irritated and resigned at the same time. Here's something else that will help you to understand. I love big dogs that are strong and conscious, quietly conscious of their strength. I have a horror of those little dogs that are never still, that run around after their own tails and insist on attention all the time. Well, that evening she made me think of one of those little dogs. She lived to be looked at. She must have thought herself very attractive. She did think so. I almost forgot that she herself told me so a little later. Is your friend Bouquet the kind of man who sleeps with his secretary? I only met him once, by chance, and I didn't have time to ask him. I don't know what I answered. It was so stupid. Besides,
She never waited for an answer. It was only what she said that interested her. I wonder what makes every man run after me. It isn't because I'm beautiful, because I'm not. It must be some kind of charm. A charm which in any case did not work with me. Our glasses were empty, and I must have ordered fresh drinks unless the barman served us of his own accord. She was thin, and I don't like thin women. She was very dark, and I have a preference for blondes. And she looked like a cover girl. Is La Roche nice? You see the kind of question. Is it boring? Possibly. There were a few customers, not many, all habitués, as is always the case in places of that sort. And I have noticed that, in no matter what city, they are always the same physical type, dress alike, and make use of the same vocabulary. She looked at them, one after the other, and you felt that she could not live without being noticed. No, really, he's getting on my nerves. That old codger. Which one? Over there in the left-hand corner. The one in that very light sports suit. In the first place, when you're his age, you don't wear a pale green suit, especially at this time of day and at this season of the year. For the last 10 minutes, he hasn't stopped smirking at me. If he continues, I shall go over and ask him what he wants. Then a few moments later, let's go, or I'll slap his face. We went out, and it was still raining, like the evening of the Little Red Hat in Cannes. But at the moment, I never once thought of Cannes. Perhaps we'd better go and have dinner, she said. A taxi was passing. I hailed it, and we found ourselves together in the damp darkness of the back seat. It occurred to me that it was the first time I had been in a taxi with a strange woman. I could see indistinctly the milky blur of her face, the red light of her cigarette, and two slim, silk-stockinged legs. I could smell the odor of her cigarette, of her clothes, and of her wet hair. If I felt anything, and it was very vague, it was that odor of wet hair. I don't know whether we'll find a table at Francis's at this hour, but that's where we're likely to get the best food, one of the best restaurants in France. There are 3 floors of quiet little dining rooms without any useless luxury, where the maître d'hôtels and the wine stewards all look like ancestors, having been with the restaurant since it first opened. We got a table on the mezzanine, near a half-moon window from which we looked down on the umbrellas passing at our feet. A rather curious effect. In fact, a bottle of muscadet to begin with. Dr. Joseph, who had known me for a long time, suggested, and she, "So you're a doctor. You don't go to Francis's to stuff yourself, but to enjoy good food." With Chevreuil au Moril, an old Burgundy was indicated. After dinner, we were served a special cognac in brandy glasses. She talked all the time. She talked about herself, about the people she knew, and who, as though by chance, were all important persons. When I was in Geneva, last year at the Negresco, in Nice, I knew her first name, Martine. I also knew that she had met Raoul Bouquet by chance in some bar in Paris. Raoul is a pillar of bars, and that at 1 o'clock in the morning he had engaged her as his secretary. The idea of living in a little provincial city intrigued me. Do you believe that? Can you understand that? As for your friend, I warned him that I would not go to bed with him. At 3 o'clock that morning, Your Honor, I was the one who was in bed with her, loving her furiously, so furiously that she could not help at times giving me a surreptitious glance, in which there was not only curiosity and amazement, but real terror as well. I don't know what came over me. Never had I worked myself into such a frenzy before. You have just seen how stupid our meeting was, and what happened after that was even stupider. There was a moment, perhaps several, when I must certainly have been drunk. For example, I have only a blurred recollection of leaving Chez Francis. Before then, with the excuse that it was there I had celebrated my doctor's degree, I insisted talking much too loudly and gesticulating that old Francis should come in person to drink with us. Then I seized upon one of the chairs, like all the other chairs in the house, and swore that I recognized it as the very chair I had sat upon that famous evening. I tell you, this is the one, and I can prove it that Nick there on the second rung, Gaillard was there. Gaillard, that jerk. He'll be angry with me for not dining at his house tonight. You won't tell him I was here, will you? Francis, word of honor. We walked. It was I who insisted on strolling in the rain. The streets were almost empty. with puddles of water, puddles of light, and enormous drops falling from the cornices and balconies. She had some difficulty walking because of her high heels and clung to my arm. From time to time, she would have to stop to put on her shoe, which kept coming off. I don't know if it still exists, but there used to be a little bistro in this neighborhood, run by an enormously fat woman. It isn't far from here. Obstinately, I persisted in trying to find it. We kept on paddling through the wet, and when finally, with our shoulders dripping with rain, we entered a little cafe, which was perhaps the one I was looking for, and perhaps not. The clock over the bar said 10:15. Is your clock right? It's 5 minutes slow. Then we looked at each other, and after a second we both burst out laughing. What are you going to say to Armandi? I must have been talking about Armand. I don't know exactly what I could have said, but I have a vague idea that I tried to be witty at her expense. In fact, it was in this little cafe, where there wasn't another soul, where a cat was curled up on a chair near a big iron stove. It was in this cafe, as I say, that I first realized that we were saying to each other. She announced, as though it were a choice entertainment, we must telephone Armand. Have you a telephone, madame? In the hall, to the left. A narrow hall, with walls painted a sickly green, led to the lavatories and was impregnated with their smell. The telephone was attached to the wall. There were 2 receivers, and Martine took possession of one of them. We were touching each other, or at least our wet clothes were touching, and our breath smelled of the Calvados we had just drunk at the bar. Hello? Give me 12:51, please. Will I have to wait long? We were told to stay on the wire. I don't know why we were laughing, but I remember that I was obliged to hold my hand over the mouthpiece. We heard the operators calling each other. Give me 12:51, dear. Is it raining as hard there as it is here? What time are you through? Hello? Is this 12:51? One moment. Nantes calling. Hello, Nantes, go ahead. And all this amused us. God knows why. It all seemed excruciatingly funny. Hello? Is that you? Armand? Charles? Are you still in Nantes? Martine poked me with her elbow. I've been detained There were complications. I had to go back to the hospital to see my patient. Did you have dinner with the Gaillards? That is, Martine was leaning against me. I was afraid she was going to burst out laughing again. I wasn't very proud of myself. As you may imagine, no. I didn't want to bother them. I had shopping to do. Did you find my buttons? Yes, and the toys for the children. Are you at the Gallards now? No, I'm still in town. I've just left the hospital. Will you spend the night with them? I wonder. I'd almost rather go to the hotel. I am tired, and with Gaillard, it will mean staying up till 1 o'clock in the morning again. Silence. All this seemed odd to my wife. I swallowed hard when she asked, "You're alone?" "Yes." "You're telephoning from a cafe." "I'm going to a hotel, to the Duc de Bretagne. Probably, if they have a room." "What have you done with the packages?" "I have them here with me." "Well, don't lose them. By the way, Madame Gringoire came this evening. She said she had an appointment for 9 o'clock. She still has pain and insisted on waiting. I'll see her tomorrow morning." "You'll take the first train. What else could I do?" "The 6:32, in the dark, in the cold, in the rain." And very often, as I knew, the carriages weren't heated. "Until tomorrow," I repeated, "until tomorrow." I had hardly hung up when Martine exclaimed, "She didn't believe you." "It was what you said about the packages she didn't swallow." We drank another Calvados at the bar and plunged once more into the wet darkness of the streets. We were in the gay stage of intoxication. Everything made us laugh. We made fun of the few people we passed in the street. We made fun of Armand, of my patient, Madame Gringoire, whom I must have told her about. Music coming from behind a facade brightly illuminated with neon lights attracted us, and we found ourselves in a little nightclub, narrow and red all over. The lights were red, red the velvet covering of the benches, red the walls on which nude figures were painted, red the soiled dinner jackets of the 5 musicians who made up the orchestra. Martine wanted to dance, and I danced with her. That was when I noticed the nape of her neck, very close and very white, with skin so fine that the blue veins showed, and little tendrils of wet hair. Why did her neck move me? It was, in a way, the first human thing I discovered about her. It had nothing to do with a magazine cover, with a young woman who thought herself very smart. It was the nape of a sickly girl, and as I danced, I began brushing it with my lips when we sat down at our table again. I looked at her face with different eyes. She had dark circles under her eyes. The lipstick no longer covered her lips evenly. She was tired, but refused to give in. She wanted, at any cost, to enjoy herself. Ask them if they have any whiskey. We began drinking whiskey. Somewhat unsteadily, she went over to the musicians to ask for some song I didn't know, and I could see her gesticulating. Another time, she left to go to the ladies' room. She was gone a long time. I wondered if she were sick. I didn't like to go to find out. I realized now that she was simply a woman and nothing else. A girl, about 25 probably, who was bent on showing off. It was at least a quarter of an hour before she returned for a second time. As she came into the room, I saw her face in repose, and it was tired and lined. Then immediately she began to smile again. She had hardly sat down when she lighted a cigarette and emptied her glass, but not without a slight retch which she tried to cover up. Feel sick. I'm better. It's all right now. I'm not used to dinners like that anymore. Won't you order something to drink? She was nervous, on edge. These last few weeks in Paris have been difficult. I quit my job stupidly. She had got rid of her dinner, and now she was drinking again. She wanted to dance, and as she danced, her body kept pressing against mine. There was something sad, something forced about her excitation which somehow moved me. Little by little, I could feel desire growing in me, and it was a kind of desire I had never met before. You see, Your Honor, she was exciting herself. Do you understand? It wasn't I. It wasn't even the male that counted. I understood later. But at the moment, I was troubled and baffled. Her desire, in spite of my presence, was a solitary desire. And her sexual excitement was a labored excitement. She clung to it as though to escape a void. At the same time, paradoxical though it may seem, it mortified her,
made her suffer. Once, I remember, just after we had returned to our table and the orchestra was playing the haunting music she had asked for, she suddenly dug her nails into my thigh. We had drunk a great deal. I don't know how many drinks. We were finally the only customers left in the place, and the staff were waiting for us to go so that they could close up. In the end, they politely put us out. It was after 2 o'clock in the morning. I didn't like to take her to the Duc de Bretagne, where I was known and where I had stayed with Armand and the children. Are you sure there's no other place open? Nothing but a few little dumps round the harbor. Let's go. We took a taxi, which we were a long time finding at that hour. And this time, in the darkness of the taxi, briskly she glued her lips to mine in a kind of spasm, without tenderness, without love. She did not repulse my hand which was on her hip, and I could feel her body so thin, so burning hot, through her wet garments. What happened was what always happens in such cases. Most of the places were closed or closing as we arrived. We went into a cheap dance hall, and I saw Martine's nostrils quiver because all the men stared at her, and she probably sensed danger. You want to dance? She challenged them with her glance, with her half-open mouth, pressing her thigh harder and harder against mine as she imagined their lust for her. We were served some horrible brandy that nauseated us. I was anxious to leave, but I was afraid to insist too much, because I knew what she would think. In the end, we went to a second-class hotel, or more exactly, a fairly good hotel, banally dull, where there was still a light showing, and where the night porter, fumbling with the keys hanging on a board, murmured, "A room with 2 beds." She said nothing, nor did I. I simply asked to be called at 6:15. I had no baggage. Martine's suitcases were still in the baggage room at the station, and we had not bothered to go for them. As soon as the door closed, she said, "We'll each sleep in our own bed, won't we?" I promised. I was firmly decided on that. There was a tiny bathroom, and she went in at once, admonishing me, "You go on to bed." We were saying "vous" again, hearing her moving about, opening and closing the taps. Suddenly, Your Honor, I had a strange sensation of intimacy. A sensation of intimacy. Believe it or not,
that I have never had with Armand. I wonder if I was still drunk. I don't think so. I got undressed and slid under the covers. As she seemed to be taking a long time and I thought she might be sick again, I called out, "Are you all right?" "Yes," she replied. "Are you in bed?" "Yes." "I'm coming." I had discreetly turned out the light in the room so that when she opened the bathroom door, she was lighted only from behind. She seemed to me smaller and even thinner. She was naked and was holding a towel up in front of her, without, I must admit, the least ostentation, even with genuine simplicity. She turned to switch off the light in the bathroom, and I saw her naked back with each vertebra sticking out and her tiny waist, but hips much larger than I had imagined. It was only a matter of seconds, but that image has never left me. I thought something to this effect: "A poor little girl." I heard her groping in the dark for her bed. She murmured gently, "Good night," then remarked, "It's true we haven't much time to sleep. What time is it now?" "I don't know. Wait, I'll turn on the light." I had only to stretch out my bare arm. My watch was on the bedside table. 3:30. I saw her hair spread out against the stark whiteness of the pillow. I saw the outline of her body, lying with her knees curled up. I even noticed, in spite of the covers, that, like so many little girls, she slept with her hands clasped between the intimate warmth of her thighs. I repeated, "Good night, good night." I turned out the light, and yet we did not sleep. 2 or 3 times within a quarter of an hour, she turned over in her bed with a sigh. "I swear, Your Honor, there was nothing premeditated about it. At one moment, I even thought I was falling asleep. I began to feel drowsy, and it was then that, suddenly, I leaped out of bed and crossed over to hers. My face, my lips, sought her dark hair, and I stammered, 'Martine.' Perhaps her first reaction was to push me away. We could not see each other. We were blind, both of us. I threw back the covers, as in a dream, without pausing, without thinking, hardly knowing what I was doing, with an irresistible movement and without warning. Penetrated her. At the same instant, I had the sensation of a revelation. It seemed to me that for the first time in my life, I possessed a woman.
I loved her furiously. I have told you that. I loved her entire body, feeling its slightest tremors. Our mouths became one, and in a kind of rage I tried to assimilate this flesh which, only a short time before, had meant nothing to me. Once more, as at the nightclub of the red lights, I felt those tremors of her body, only more violent now. I almost shared her mysterious anguish, which I was trying to understand. If we were alone together, Your Honor, I would like to give you a few details, only to you, and I should not consider it a profanation. In a letter, would seem to be taking pleasure in evoking more or less erotic images. How far I am from all that. Have you ever had the sensation that you were on the point of attaining something superhuman? That sensation, I tell you, I had it that night. It seemed that I could, if I tried, pierce I know not what ceiling, leap suddenly into unknown regions of space. And that anguish growing in her, that anguish which, even as a doctor, I could only explain as a desire similar to mine. I am a prudent man, what people call an honest man. I have a wife and children. If sometimes I sought love or pleasure away from home, I had never until that moment risked anything that might, in any way, complicate my family life. You do understand me, don't you? But with this woman, whom I didn't even know a few hours before, I behaved, in spite of myself, in every respect like a consummate lover, like an animal. Suddenly, because I didn't understand, my hand groped for the electric switch. I saw her in the yellow glare, and I don't know if she realized that from then on her face was in the light. Throughout her entire being, Your Honor, in her staring eyes, in her open mouth, in her pinched nostrils, there was an intolerable anguish. But at the same time, try to understand a will, no less desperate, to escape, to burst the bubble, to pierce the ceiling in a word, to be delivered. I saw this anguish growing towards such a paroxysm that my doctor's conscience took fright. I felt relieved when suddenly, after a final tension of every nerve, she fell back as though empty and discouraged, with her heart throbbing so hard under her little breast.
that I had no need of touching her to count the beats. I did so nevertheless. A doctor's obsession, fear perhaps of the responsibility. Her pulse was 140. Her colorless lips were parted over her white teeth, as white as the teeth of a corpse. She murmured something that sounded like, "I can't," and she tried to smile. She seized my great paw. She clung to it. We remained like that for a long time in the stillness of the hotel, waiting for the pulsations to become more normal. "Get me a glass of water. Veux-tu?" She didn't think of pulling the covers over her, and you don't know how grateful I am to her for that. While I was holding up her head for her to drink, I noticed a scar, still fresh, on her belly, an angry pick scar running vertically. You see, for me, a doctor, the scar was rather what an extract from a criminal record would be for you. She made no attempt to hide it from me. She half stammered, "Oh God, but I'm tired," and two great hot tears rolled down my cheeks.